an honor and a privilege to moderate this morning session. My colleague, who I am deputizing, I don't know what to call her, but anyway, my boss, Madame Estella, will be joining later on. As we begin this morning, I believe you've had some breakfast. Please, as the sessions go on, pick a cup of coffee, pick a cup of tea, and come around. Okay. Before we also get into the sessions for today, I want to take a moment to appreciate the convener of this Regional Industrialization Conference. Kathy, don't run away, Kathy. Let's all give Kathy a big hand clap. Vision. Have vision. These are the fruits. And we are starting. And do not despise the day of humble beginnings. As we start today, I imagine 3 years from today, 4 years from today, when we are hosting Dangote and all the rest, how big this will be. A couple of weeks back, there was a very important meeting in Rwanda. And that meeting was basically by, just a minute, I'll continue the story. All right, so there was a meeting in Rwanda, and the meeting was for the richest people in Africa and the most influential people in Africa. Now, if you did not get an invite to be there, please keep working hard. All right? Keep working hard, so at the next meeting that Aliko Dangote hosts, you should be there. We are going to have a brief recap of yesterday, but before we do, and the media team, you'll let me know when you're ready to run the recap. Just want to appreciate our sponsors and partners, Inuma Solutions, who are hosting this, Uganda Industrial Research Institute, that has done a fabulous job. The professor made a great presentation here yesterday, challenging us about industrialization. If the world is talking about the fourth industrial revolution, but in Uganda, we are still giving out hose. Sincerely speaking, we had better get serious. That was a challenge for me. Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and we want to thank Ambassador Damali Sali, who is here, from the PSFU, as well as Dr. Julius Biaruhanga, who are here from PSFU. The Point Development Consultants, Uganda Investment Authority, the Ministry of Water and Environment, AGRA, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Bank of Uganda, Saladin, NBS, and the organization I come from, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. Come on, clap for all those sponsors and partners. To put it mildly, the tea, the coffee, the lunch, the space, the water, and everything is paid for by those people. So we thank them, isn't it? Fabulous. Today is going to be amazing. When you look at the program, and I hope you have a program in front of you, if you don't have one, I believe the reception might have some few that you can be able to look at and just catch up on where we are at. We are going to be talking about the circular economy and ESG, very interesting discussions. The panelists right there you will love, trust me. We will talk about energy industrialization. I'll host a panel at that point, session 5. We will also be talking about, we will also be having a partnership forum. Media team, is our recap ready? Ready to go? Okay, thank you. Watch the screen. gentlemen in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this conference.
When you look at global parameters about development, and you look at the numbers about, say, HDI, Health Development Index, we are not doing well at all. The ranking there is, I think, out of 189 countries. That's how we are stacking up. But Uganda is at 159.
Industries have long been the backbone of economic growth, but now with climate change, we must rethink the way we operate. Our future depends on our ability to innovate responsibly, growing economies, creating jobs, but also not sacrificing our environment. And the time is now to start thinking about sustainable industrialization. This conference was born out of a deep commitment to ensure that our region doesn't just become part of the industrial revolution, but that we lead it, because we can do it. We have the resources and we have the talent. Now what we need are the partnerships and the policies to drive a future where economic growth, industrialization, and environmental conservation go hand in hand.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, ladies and gentlemen online, welcome to this conference.
When you look at global parameters about development, and you look at the numbers about, say, HDI, Health Development Index, we are not doing well at all. The ranking there is, I think, out of 189 countries. That's how we are stacking up. But Uganda is at 159 out of 189. Rwanda 160. Best performer, Kenya 143 out of 189 countries. Is that a good performance or what? We are in bad shape. Another reality check, Sid. When we look at how much we spend on R&D, it's a pathetic situation. And yet, we know that without investing in R&D, you are simply not going to go far. So when we talk about industrialization, take that statistic very seriously.
I must say that there is no industrialization that can occur without looking at the natural sources. Look at the industries, for example. There isn't an industry that doesn't use water, either as a primary input or a secondary input. Look at beer, for example. 96% of beer is water, colored water. 95% of soda is actually water. So if there's no water, you cannot talk about beer, you cannot talk about soda. In front of you are seeing water. These are businesses being driven and created around water. And water is part of the overall natural source. You cannot talk about availability of water without looking at the wetlands, without looking at the forests. Those of you who studied science in primary school, you could have been introduced to the water cycle. That water is always in motion. And the plants will expire and send moisture into the atmosphere. It's that moisture that will actually condense and come down as rainfall. And when it comes on the surface, some of it will go underground. That's where we drill boreholes. We are tapping underground water. Some of this water will run on the surface as surface water. Now, if you don't get out of the way of water, water might go with you. You have seen industries getting flooded. Many investments actually being affected by too much water. Again, climate change is causing challenges. That we're having too much water coming in within a very short period. And this water cannot actually be managed. Our drainage channels are not adequate enough to get the water running. Our ecosystem has actually been destroyed. We no longer have wetlands, for example, that actually store the water and release the water slowly. So we need to appreciate the crucial role of nature for environmental conservation, for sustainable development, for human well-being, for climate change mitigation and adaptation, and biodiversity conservation.
The establishment of Kampala Industrial Park Namave, and the Uganda Industrial Research Institute has been crucial. These zones provide the necessary infrastructure, incentives, and facilities to attract and support industrial enterprises. For instance, at Namave, we've seen an investment of approximately $200 million, resulting in creation of about 5,000 direct and indirect jobs. Access to finance. To facilitate industrial growth, the government has introduced various financing schemes, including Uganda Development Industrialization Fund. In financial year 2023-2024, UDB disbursed over 150 billion Uganda shillings to various industrial projects focusing on sectors like agro-processing, textile, and pharmaceuticals. In addition, government adopted the PDM parish development model, where about 1 trillion has been invested. The Invite project, investment for industrial transformation and employment project, where about 218 million US dollars is being provided to stimulate manufacturing, especially for exports.
According to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, the industrial sector contributes to 27.6% to the GDP, with the manufacturing alone for 15.4%, mining and quarrying contribute 2%, electricity 1.3%, water 2.3%, and construction 6.6%. Despite this substantial contribution, Uganda's manufacturing sector predominantly caters for internal consumption, focusing on low-value end goods like agriculture and mineral products. Such sectors' low productivity is attributed to the high costs, insufficient research, inadequate innovation environments, and information asymmetry. Those are the challenges that are stifling our productivity. The manufacturing sector is largely composed of small and medium enterprises, which make up approximately 93.5% of the industry.
The transition in food consumption patterns in Uganda reflects not only demographic shifts, but also evolving economic dynamics with profound industrial implications. So rapid population growth, urbanization, and rising incomes have fueled a surge in food demand, necessitating significant changes in production, processing, and marketing. Again, Prof emphasized the need to recognize those shifting or changing demands, and therefore, if we're going to harness this growth, it needs also to change the way we are approaching production, processing, and marketing. This transition is marked by a shift towards convenient foods. For those that are aware, convenient foods have become critical, improved quality, consistency, driven by urban consumer preferences. Again, we're not deviating from the preferences. These urban possibly shapes the rural consumer preferences too. For us who have worked in the fast consumer moving goods, we recognize the need to understand the shifting consumer preferences in order for you to provide the right products that fit the consumer needs.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me invite to officially open the Honorable Minister of State for Privatization and Investment in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Evelyn Anite. Give her a hand while she comes to give her remarks and open this event.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. I would just like to observe the protocol because I've not been briefed about the protocols very well, but I can see the Assistant Commissioner General here, my brother Abel, and of course my neighbor, Professor Kwesiga, and the rest of you. I salute all of you. Good morning. Now, government has given PDM, government has given, but how many of you have actually benefited from that? If you did, what did you do with the money? When I go to my villages, I hear the people have married second wives with it, and women have also become experts. They're marrying second husbands with the money. I mean, that is wrong. Marrying 10 or 5 women, it's only just attracting poverty to yourself. Because demand, you're increasing the demand in the house. Demand for food, demand for clothing, demand for shelter. You're increasing all those demands. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that let us invest our energies in the right direction. I know it is good to love, but one is enough. Someone told me even half a wife is too much. One wife is too much, even half is too much. Because the demand is high to maintain. High-value women, how are you going to maintain them if you cannot work? So I just want to ask all of us to wake up and let us go and do our work. I am very excited with this regional industrialization conference, and I want to tell you we'll get experts from the region. We're going to have Dangote. Alhaji Dangote had confirmed. And we will have Africans who are in the diaspora, who have invested in the African land, and they are ready to give their testimonies of how they have been able to succeed in that regional conference that will happen next year. Somebody say yes, and you clap for that. Because it's time that as Africans, we have to sit together. But the dialogue has to start with us here. I like what the presenter said when he was here. He said, call for action. Now, that's what we should do. I was waiting to hear the call for action, but okay. I would want to ask him to make more calls, that it has to be more emphatic. We have to come up with resolutions out of this conference, that we are going to go region by sub-region by sub-region. I already started the call. We've just been, as Minister of Finance, we are doing the regional conferences. But I called all the regions where I went, and this weekend I will be in Acholi, sub-region. And I was telling them we have to identify the minerals in our sub-regions. The first region I went to was West Nile. I was very, very excited to learn that they have gold in the districts of Yumbe and Zombo. I was very excited to hear that there's limestone, and yet we are importing all the cement. Up until recently, cement was coming from China. Can you imagine? But I'm excited that now we have over 7 cement factories in our country. That means that we're on a steady progress. That means that if we decide to take that path, we will actually develop and industrialize our country.
Industries have long been the backbone of economic growth, but now
Okay, thank you very much, media team, for that recap. I think you have appreciated some of the discussions that did take place yesterday. As mentioned, there's a lot more on YouTube. Please go in, log in, and at pleasure, look at some of the discussions there. Also, at the end of this conference, we shall have a conference report with key recommendations that will definitely be circulated to all the delegates, but then also those that are meant to make sure that they pursue some of the aspects they are in. At this moment in time, we are going to move on to our next session. We are already live on YouTube, but at exactly 10, we shall be going live on NBS. So at 10, you can send your greetings properly. But while we do that, we want to invite our moderator for the next session. He is the General Manager of Aliad, Uganda, formerly GCC. He's also the Chair of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. He's my boss, so I have to be on best behavior. Welcome with me, Mr. Agre Ashaba. very welcome, sir. And while he takes his seat, allow me invite to the podium the Waste and Environment Manager, Epsilon Uganda, Ms. Caroline Mukaye Chesimira. Give her a hand while she comes. Give her a hand like you had breakfast, okay? Fabulous. Very good. You're very welcome, madam. Today I've had the distinct privilege and honor of meeting another speaker. And the next one is the Speaker of the National Environment Parliament. If you did not know about this parliament today, you're in luck, you're in the right place. Welcome with me. I was asking him whether I call him Right Honorable or something like that. But he's Mr. Howard Mwesigwa, the Speaker of the National Environment Parliament. You're welcome, Mr. Speaker, sir. And then the experts in the field, ESG, insurance, risk, and consultancy. The Managing Director of Marsh Insurance Brokers. Welcome with me, Mr. Alex Mukasa. I will hand over to the moderator of the session to take us through circular economy and ESG. Media team, if we could have the microphones. No, they're going to put them on. They'll put them on. Okay, microphones, please.
As they work on the technology. Good morning, everyone in the room and those viewing us both on YouTube and NBS this morning. My name is Ashaba Agre, and I'm the chairman for the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and soon to be the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. Yes. We'll be rebranding, and largely because of the conversation we are having this morning. So today's topic is really about the circular economy and ESG, others call sustainability. And for those who are very conversant with these conversations, understand that it is now front and center of global conversations around business and how companies are supposed to apply themselves in their operations. The debate is on between largely the global north and the global south on what steps need to be taken to be able to achieve these objectives. These objectives are a bit at variance between developed countries and those that are still developing like Uganda, and companies that are operating in largely the global south and those that already are applying themselves in the global north. With me, I have a panel of 3 experts that will be speaking to us about some of these issues. But also just to paint a picture is that because of globalization, Uganda is not isolated from this conversation. While we may probably not be at the same level with, say, a company in Norway or Sweden or Denmark, we still have to apply ourselves towards being able to support this conversation around sustainability, or ESG, or circular economy, whichever way you look at it. I don't know if the mics are on, so I could ask my panelists to have a quick introductions. The mics are on. Okay, so would like to start by doing a quick introduction. First, Caroline Mukaye Chesimira, who is the Waste and Environmental Manager for Epsilon. Epsilon has been a company that has been operating in Uganda for quite some time regarding waste management, and I'd like to give her a minute or so to do a quick introduction of herself. We still have a challenge with tech. tech people, please, could you help to support on the mics?
Maybe,
Alex,
maybe you can test.
test that one.
Yeah, I think that works.
Thank you, Agre. Good morning, everyone. As Agre already mentioned, my name is Caroline Muhaye Chesimira. I am the waste manager for Epsilon Uganda Limited, one of the pioneer waste management companies in Uganda. We've been in operation for 22 years, and we've gone ahead to take the lead in ESG, as has been said here. We have taken steps towards the circular economy and taken advanced steps really to see that much as we are a waste management company, to try and break away from the traditional waste management hierarchy of prevent all the way to reduce waste that goes to the landfill. But also we have embraced circular economy to see how do we go about help industries, help our clients to take around their resources and see how they can maximize their resources out before they finally get the end product of waste that they give to us. Thank you. I am happy to be here.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Allow me to also invite Mr. Howard Mwesigwa, who is the team lead for Energy, Environment and Sustainability at the Kalikumutima and Company Advocates. I believe this is probably the first law firm that I know has deployed a specific resource towards sustainability. Howard, quick introductions in 1 or 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Agre, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Howard Mwesigwa, and I have the privilege of serving as the team lead, Energy, Environment and Sustainability at Kalikumutima and Company. But also on the other end, I serve as the Speaker of the National Environment Parliament. I'm deeply humbled to be here, Agri, and thank you so much.
Fantastic. Last but not least is a seasoned insurer, Mr. Alex Mukasa, who is the MD for MASH, Insurance Brokers. Alex, I will not do any introductions for you. You can do a 1 or 2 quick introduction for yourself.
Thanks very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex Mukasa. I represent Marsh McLennan. Marsh McLennan is a world-leading firm in the areas of risk, strategy, and people. And I am happy to come and talk about a topical issue in ESG for our region. Happy to be here.
Thank you very much. So we dive right in now, and I think I'll start with Caroline, largely to speak to us about what it is, what does it mean by a circular economy? And being in the waste management environment as a pioneer for Uganda, you know the challenges we faced with Chitezi, and you had the news yesterday about a couple of people being dismissed from their jobs. As part of sustainability in industrial processes, that includes efficiency, recycling, minimizing waste, how can industries, and in this part probably you can be able to extend that conversation into what is happening with Chitezi, can transition to optimize resources, minimize waste, carbon footprint, but also be able to live in harmony with the waste that we generate as a country.
Thank you, Agre. For starters, can we stop looking at waste as something we just discard? Can we start there? We have got to have a mindset change for every single person, not just the industries, but right down to the lowest employee. If we can start from there and try to educate, it all starts with education. For instance, we all have bottles of water at our tables. When you look around this room, there's nowhere to put those bottles after we are done with drinking, taking the contents of it. And because chances are even the most mindful person is going to want to pick up that bottle, but they have nowhere to put it, so they'll just leave it there. And as a country, that is where we are at. That you will want to do the right thing, but because you are not supported to do that right thing, you will leave it at that and just walk away. And this is how we have gotten ourselves into this waste problem that we have as a nation. We have not looked at we have not taken the responsibility of our waste. So back to the industries. How do we, for most of the CEOs, what they're looking at the end of the day is how much revenue have I made? Yeah. But we are not looking at how much resources have gone in and how can I use said resources to increase my revenues at the end of the day. In comes circular economy. How much is going in, how much are you using, and how much is coming out at the end of the day? Can we get what has come out at the end of the day? Can we find a way to incorporate it back into the cycle, back into the process? For instance, one of the speakers yesterday was talking about how we are in a very dire need for water. For instance, for the industries, he gave an example of the soda being 95% water. Are the soda industries or the beverage industries, how are they ensuring that their core raw material, which is water, is being sustained? Are they just looking at how much can we extract? Are they looking at how much can go back in? Or how can we save how much we get in? Are we looking at all the different sources of raw materials? That's how circular economy comes in. Look at the product, the raw material, look at your process. How can you save on your raw material? How can you minimize how much raw material goes in? And if you cannot minimize how much raw material goes in, how do you ensure that what comes out can still be taken back into the process? How do we substitute some of these materials, so to speak, that are going in? If we cannot minimize what's going in, how do we substitute? How do we look for alternatives? That's basically the gist of the circular economy, such that what comes out at the end of the day is really minimized. That way we have less waste at the end of the day. But what happens now as Uganda when we haven't yet gotten to the point of where we have less waste? How then do we make this waste useful? Yeah? You know, we usually associate waste with, I think most of the words that are used to describe waste are garbage, rubbish, you know, such negative words. But it's waste, and you can turn this waste into gold or to something else. How do we get this end product that seems to be at the end of its life cycle, and how do we put it back in? How do we make other products? How do we reuse this waste? How do we recycle? Is it a must that when you finish that bottle of water you're drinking, is it a must that you should just throw it away? Can't it be something else? Can't it be reused? Can't it be recycled? So that's the discussion we have to have with the industries. To not just look at dumping their end product, but what else? Yeah? The key, one of the UN Sustainable Goals is to make sure that we have reduced landfilling worldwide to about 70%. But clearly, in Uganda, like Agre mentioned earlier, Chitezi is glaring at us. And we are talking about Kampala alone. We haven't looked at the rest of the country. What are we doing to minimize the amount of waste that goes to the landfill? Of course, there's a lot that can go around that, but today let's focus on the industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. I think you make two significant points. And I think the first one is that at an individual level, we need to build that consciousness around responsibility of the things we do at an individual level. And then obviously at an industrial level, we also need to build this type of responsibility about what we do with our waste. That in itself means that because I know, for example, for those who have been in other industries, especially oil and gas, issues around safety has been a growing conversation, and then people somehow, it took a bit of time for them to understand that it's important for you to work in a safe environment. So I think what I hear from you is that we need to also build the culture of being aware of the responsibility at an individual level, which then will culminate in companies and industries being able to be responsive to waste and how they view it. That brings me then to Howard. And Howard, I would like then to ask, based on the submission from Caroline, what needs to be done at country and also regional level to scale up these sustainability solutions, in your view, so that we can be able to be part of the global conversation?
Thank you so much, Agre. So, and thank you so much, Caroline, for laying the ground and laying the stage for the discussion this morning. And before I actually go into talking about what needs to be done, I don't know whether we all understand what sustainability means or what sustainable industries are. And a bit has been, of course, mentioned by Caroline, but let me put it this way. Sustainability, some of us already know that, is really the idea that you use resources to meet the current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own, right? And so this conversation has been going on, I think, about 2 decades after the formation of the UN. And so in 1970, we had the first conference, the Stockholm Conference on Development and the Environment. And so we had the Stockholm Declaration that laid down about 17 or so principles on development and the environment. But in 2015, let me just skip all the way to 2015 when we have the Sustainable Development Goals and the UN Agenda 2030. So what happens is before we had the Millennium Development Goals, about 8 of them, but now we have 17 goals, right? That are a benchmark, a blueprint for our development. And just to look through those goals quickly and then show the linkages on what needs to be done for us to, because before you understand what you need to scale, you need to understand why you need to scale it and why it is imperative in the moment. So we have the 17 goals, and so we have goal number 1, very important, on no poverty. And so that brings us to a conversation locally on socioeconomic transformation. And I'll come back to tell you that many of the challenges we face, the development challenges and the environmental challenges we face, are hinged fundamentally on the poverty question, on the inequality in the distribution of resources, right? And I'll come back to that. So we have SDG number 1 on no poverty. We have SDG number 2 on no hunger. We have SDG number 3 on good health and well-being. We have SDG number 4 on quality education. We have SDG number 5 on gender equality. We have SDG number 6 on water. We have SDG number 7 on affordable and clean energy. We have SDG number 8 on decent jobs and economic growth. We have SDG number 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. You have SDG number 10 on inequalities, reducing those inequalities. You have SDG number 11 on sustainable cities and communities. You have SDG number 12 on sustainable consumption and production. You have SDG number 13 on climate action. You have SDG number 14 on life underwater. You have SDG number 15 on life on land. You have SDG number 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. And then you have SDG number 17 on partnerships for the goals, right? So all those 17 goals are giving us a benchmark, a blueprint for our development. And for industries, we have to look at, again, I'm going to just get 4 of those or 5 of those that are pertinent, and then I'll bring it down. So we have SDG number 7 on clean and affordable energy. And I'll tell you this, that from the data and the statistics we have from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, of course, being collaborated by the data and statistics from the International Energy Agency and the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, is that energy contributes 75% of our climate crisis. And our, reliance and sort of addiction to fossil fuels, of course, coal, oil, and gas, has contributed 75% to the problem, right? And so when talking about sustainable industries, we need to look at, okay, how do we scale the deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency in industries, right? And the goal is, again, based on the conference of parties that we had last year in Dubai, the Dubai consensus, is that we must triple renewable energy deployment. And we must double energy efficiency. And of course, for countries that do produce oil, we must slash the methane emissions, of course, and the gas flaring as well by 75%. All these require resources. And I'll come back to highlight the role of the private sector. Many of us, of course, belong to the private sector. Anyways, so we go to SDG number 8 that talks about the decent work and economic growth. And as I said, in industries, what industries do and why it's important for us to industrialize. And it's very, very important There's no question about that. As Africa, as Uganda, we must industrialize. And when you look at, for example, our Vision 2040, you look at our NDP4, our NDP3, and now we are, which ends next year, and now we are crafting NDP4. So the idea really is to industrialize, but we must industrialize sustainably. How do we ensure that our industries are leveraging the resources we have today to produce, and again, fulfill their mandate and have the profit on their own, but without posing an adverse effect on the environment? So how do we strike the delicate and often elusive balance, across the board, between people and profit, and then profit and the planet, right? And so we get into SDG number 9, which looks at, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And the world, has been embracing the 4th industrial revolution, which looks at technology. But in Uganda, how far? We have a digitalization strategy, but how far have we gone? Even in the penetration of the internet, leave alone the quality, even in the urban areas. And yet, many of these digital solutions are based on the internet. Even these climate smart solutions we're fronting, many of them actually are based on technology and the internet. And now we are moving into the 5th industrial revolution, which we call Industry 5.0, which is now an advancement from just reliance on technology to now looking at artificial intelligence, and looking at robotics, how we can employ those, in our industries. But in Uganda, we are still at the point of importing hose. We need to understand that kind of asymmetry in development, right? So sustainable industries is not just about profit. It's not about planting trees, in your CSR, and in the process doing some greenwashing as well, or claiming that you're adopting all this ESG. It's about addressing systemic socio-economic difficulties, both at a macro and microeconomic level, right? So as I conclude, we also need to look at SDG number 13, which I'm very passionate about, on climate action, and that's where we come in as industries. How do we reduce our carbon footprint? How do we ensure that, for example, in our products, we look at the, producer liability, the extended producer liability. That, for example, if you're a beverage company, and of course this is embedded in our National Environment Act, which is, CAP 181 of 2019, that they... And I think Caroline, of course, knows this well. We'll talk about it in waste management, that it is the duty of the producer of the waste to manage that waste, right? But there is a point where that is sort of delegated to the authorities that be, right? But there's that bit where we look at the extended producer liability. For example, if you're an industry that is, into beverages, is it just enough for you to produce this water and send it out into the market? Do you follow the whole supply chain? Where is this bottle? This is a single-use plastic that I'm producing. Where is it ending, right? Or I'm just looking at the profit. Once it's out of my factory, that is it. But who is holding some of these, industries accountable? I know the National Environment Management Authority is mandated under the Act, but also the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. But are we actually doing the enforcement? Because we have the laws, but the actual implementation, the actual enforcement is lacking. And I think that's what we've been talking about, building the capacity of environmental inspectors, and quality inspectors as well, to ensure that we actually, follow through. So finally, on the actual steps that we can take as I conclude, because it's a very broad conversation, as you can tell already. So firstly, we need to, of course, look at the public-private partnerships, because funding the sustainable agenda is colossal. It's a hefty sort of pose on the economies as we have it. And I'll give you an example. For example, we have the national and determined contribution as Uganda, which we updated in 2022. And the idea really is that we must sort of tailor-make local solutions to some of the challenges we're facing at a local level. But this is a requirement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, right? And for us to fund some of those actions that we want to take on climate mitigation and adaptation, we need about 28.1 billion US dollars. And ladies and gentlemen, 28.1 billion US dollars is more than half our GDP, which is expected to be at 52.7 at the end of the year, right? And yet there's a global imperative. Why we need to scale these sustainable practices is because there's a global imperative. And I'll give two as I move back to agri. I'll talk about the European Union Deforestation Regulation, the EUDR, and the European Union Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And so for the EUDR, it is, of course, the deadline is end of this year, 30th December 2024. And the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the deadline is 2026, right? So for the EUDR, we're looking at deforestation, the whole supply chain, the whole value chain. For example, you know that the EU consumes 65% of our coffee. And I've seen coffee farmers, complaining about the EUDR. And the EU is saying that if we track that your coffee that is coming to the EU was on land that was, where there was a forest and it was cut down, will not accept it. What is the reality here, right? On the carbon border adjustment mechanism, the avoidance of carbon leakage into the EU, we are saying, okay, we're going to track all the way to your production chain or to your supply chain. And if we see that at the source, you're not undertaking activities or initiatives to reduce your carbon footprint, we shall reject your products. So what does that mean for our local industry? So we need to look at public-private partnerships to invest in these activities. We need to also, of course, invest in R&D, and of course, Professor Kwesige talked about this yesterday. But also, finally, we also need to, focus so much on, the public awareness and question to ensure that it's not just the captains of industry that understand where the world is headed with sustainability, with ESG, with corporate responsibility, but also our employees, the people that we employ, the people that our staff are actually aligned, that we have internal policies on ESG, and we are not just greenwashing. We're taking the small steps. And I love to say that if we all did little, we would do much. Thank you, Agri.
Thank you very much, Howard. As you've heard, we just went through a crash course on SDGs and sustainability. We do appreciate. But what I hear from you is that companies or the industries that we're discussing today have a higher responsibility than just profit. Mm-hmm. And the fact that also they need to be aware about the kind of impact they have on the environment, whether it is Scope 1, Scope 2, or Scope 3 type of emissions. Yeah. They must be able to follow through the value chain and be able to be responsible for every step of the way. But maybe to get to Alex Mukasa, because you've highlighted the issues around the cost of being able to meet these obligations. And like you highlighted, Uganda's energy transition plan probably needs about $800 million a year to move towards their nationally determined commitments. But I just want to ask Alex, hearing all this and knowing that companies now don't just have an obligation just for profit, but for the triple bottom lines, which is the people that Howard has correctly highlighted, the planet, our responsiveness to the planet, for future generations, and obviously we have to make the money. What, in your view, would be the business impact of these type of robust ESG policies?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Agri. A very good question. When you talk about the fact that it costs money to, implement these ESG policies, it's not all doom and gloom, because at the end of the day, businesses benefit actually from what I call good ESG behavior. And some of, the positive things, impacting businesses from having proper ESG policies are things like reputation and brand value. When your organization actually follows the proper ESG guidelines, you find that the reputation of the organization and the brand becomes well respected, not only regionally in East Africa, but you find that actually globally it becomes respected. And any business owner will know that the importance of having a brand that is worthwhile and indeed a reputation that is worth talking about. Another one is really operational efficiency. As we run businesses, we all know that operational efficiency probably leads to profitability, because it's that balance of your efficiency in operation that actually drives whether you make a profit or not. And simple things in ESG, like taking care of wastage, limiting wastage in your business, switching off the lights, simple things that as you try actually to save the environment, you find that these little things that you do actually lead to profitability of your business. So operational efficiency is also one of those that you can achieve when you've got proper ESG policies. The other one is really risk management. You find that when your organization follows the right ESG policies, you find that you have less liabilities around you in terms of legal battles with stakeholders, right? Why? Because you've taken care of the people, you've taken care of the environment, so you find that you will not waste a lot of time as a business going to court to defend yourself from all these things that arise out of what I call bad manners of companies and operating to just run for profit. The other one is really investment attraction. If you look at the average funder today, or the average person who wants to invest in a business, one of the things they want to look at is that they will tell you that we want a business that actually is ESG compliant, right? Whereas everybody just thinks it's a buzzword, you find that because of the sustainability of ESG compliant entities, any investor actually wants to put their money there. So everybody wants to come and invest in a business that is ESG compliant. So you want to make sure that to attract money into your business, you've got to be ESG compliant. The other one is really market differentiation, especially in our region. You find that in our region, not very many people or not very many organizations have got to that level of ESG compliance that we are looking for. So you ask yourself as a business, how do you differentiate yourself from your competitors? Actually, riding towards the ESG compliant segment will help you as a business to differentiate yourself from your competitors and have a brand and reputation that is worth talking about. The other one is really customer engagement. You find that today's customer is actually a very well-informed customer. We do not have, gone are the days when businesses used to rule what the customers do. We have very knowledgeable customers today. The presence of Google and AI has made customers probably more intelligent than the service providers. And you find that if you find customers especially who are concerned about how people are treated, things like human rights, things like how employees are treated, you find that you're going to have better customer engagement when you're an ESG compliant entity than if you're not. The other one is really employee engagement and retention. You find that employees also feel a part of an organization that is ESG compliant. They feel as they're part of an organization that is not only there to generate profit, but an organization that is there to ensure that they make the world where they live, they make the society where they operate a better place than they found it. So you find that employee engagement and retention is actually higher. Employees want to be a part of organizations that are looking after their people. And really, finally agree, it's really the long-term sustainability of a business that, without a shadow of doubt, ESG compliant businesses are much, much more sustainable than their competitors who don't look at those factors. Thanks, Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I think you've heard from the expert that it's not all doom and gloom. If we do the small things around sustainability, the advantages to it. And so I would urge everyone in the room and those listening to us that we can take the small steps. We take the small steps, I think, first by being able to measure what we do in terms of how much waste we generate, how much fuel we take, what type of emissions. It will be easier that way to be able to track, to meet some of the profitability issues that Alex has spoken about. Because if you know how much power you consume, how much fuel you consume within your operation, the type of emissions you're putting out, and you have mitigation measures, or you try to run a program of reduction of those, I believe your operations must be well scaled back, and you should be able to show on your bottom line. But coming back to Caroline, now that you hear what Alex has highlighted, from your perspective, how do you think companies could be able to leverage this type of innovations to transform traditional industries towards sustainability?
Thank you, Agri. You have actually answered part of my question, which I wanted here. To start with, I'll go to my first point of we need a mindset change. Yeah, we need to get, like Alex so rightly said, the customer these days is very well informed. Chances are customers are going to want to go to an industry that is not clouded in controversy of they had emissions, they dumped their waste in a wetland. So industries have got to be cognizant of this, that the people they're dealing with, we are not just going out there to the market anymore to just pick up whatever product. We like to be associated with a product that has a good reputation. So how do industries leverage this to have a good reputation out there? Right now, with the kind of environment we're in and the way the world is going and everything, everybody is looking at saving the environment. We only have one Earth and a burgeoning population. We're at about 8 billion. How are we going to use these resources that we have? So what industries need to keep in mind, first of all, is to start with my first point. We need that mindset change, but we also need to show a sense of leadership. You'll find that most of the industries that are a bit successful in this ESG campaign are industries that have got leaders that are embracing climate change, the fact that climate change actually exists, leaders who are embracing the circular economy, leaders who are taking an extra step to see how to manage the environment while still earning a profit. So the leaders have to, this mindset change has to come all the way from the top, all the way to the bottom leader. When someone looks at a leader, at a boss, at a CEO, who is mindful of the environment, chances are the employee down here is going to want to copy what the leader is doing. Because they see either to seek approval for whatever reason, but the point is the end justifies the means. If the boss walks around maybe picking up litter, the employees will want to do the same thing. If the boss advocates for turn off the lights, if the boss advocates for he has a meeting 5 minutes away, he does not need to drive there, he can walk there to save on the emissions from his vehicle, chances are even the staff will want to embrace this. So how do we go about this? Measure, measure, measure. We have dealt with the employees, we have dealt with mindset. What is the next step? Like Agre was saying, let's measure. You cannot reduce something you don't know. If you don't know how much you spend on power as a company, you're not going to know whether it's expensive, you're not going to know whether you're within the acceptable limits. So we have got to measure, and not just measure things where we actually spend money, because for most industries, when you say measure, they are going to want to measure how much water they are using, because that's a bill at the end of the day. How much power is being used, because that's another bill at the end of the day. How about we measure the things that are unseen? How many vehicles do you have, for instance, as a company? Does every single employee have a vehicle? Have you considered something at Epsilon we call journey management planning? We have 5 people headed in the same direction, 5 people leaving office to come for a conference in Nakuru. Does each of these 5 people have to drive to Nakuru? Can we carpool to get to Nakuru and get back to office maybe, and then we can, we'll have saved a lot of time. By the way, time is something most of us do not measure, the time you're going to spend in traffic, but also the emissions that your vehicles are going to emit into the environment. Have you looked at that? Have you looked at carpooling? Have you looked at the emissions, for instance? We're talking industries today, manufacturing and everything. Have you taken the trouble to measure how much emissions your industry is giving out? Have you looked into how to curb those emissions? Again, we are looking at somebody to come and police us. In comes NEMA. But like most of us know, unfortunately NEMA is not here to speak for itself, but NEMA is a bit understaffed. Yeah. That's the impression we get. So they don't have enough personnel to come and police each and every one of us. Can we do self-policing as industries? Can we not wait for NEMA to come and shut us down because our emissions are beyond and the communities around are complaining? We already in a situation like Howard already said, that the amount of money we would need to be able to curb the issues that we have is way beyond our GDP. So in comes these public-private partnerships. But you'll find that most private companies are not going to want to collaborate with a public entity, for instance, because we all know where that usually ends up. We'll end up investing, and not getting the end goal. And it's just, most times it's just a show and tell at the launch, and that's it. We fail to be able to see what we have achieved. We fail to achieve our goals at the end of the day, and usually it ends up being a publicity stunt. So can we get more serious about these private-public partnerships? But then again, it would involve that the public entities showing the private sector that they can be trusted. Because at the end of the day, the private sector might be looking at it as just throwing money down a drain. It is better if the private sector went ahead on its own, but then you'll see that you achieve more when you have the public sector involved as well. So we can look into public-private sector partnerships, but also the public, in this case the government, needs to show the private sector that we are willing to follow up and actually achieve what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. Carol has highlighted a couple of the interventions that companies must do, but also some of the challenges. I think she's also saying that we shouldn't be throwing good money after bad under PPPs. So I think this then brings me to Alex. Seeing that Carol is saying it's not good or not wise for businesses to throw good money after bad, what risks do you see with these emerging ESG trends as an insurance professional?
Yeah, thanks, Agri. Yeah, indeed. I mean, there are quite a number of emerging risks from an ESG perspective, especially if you look at our region. You know, because ESG, to be honest, is also fairly new. You know, it's new to us, it's new to the region, it's new to the business. So the risks will keep coming, right? And some of them are risks like regulatory compliance. You find that even as the regulators are learning, and this is really across the board and across the sectors, that as the regulators are also learning from, you know, global, from the rest of the world, you find that regulatory compliance actually is becoming tougher for businesses in the region, because then businesses that are non-compliant find themselves at risk of, you know, regulatory fines. Sometimes you find that even the regulators are trying to regulate something that they don't really understand. So there's a real risk in terms of businesses in the region remaining compliant from a regulatory point of view. The other risk is probably climate change. And I mean, I remember maybe 10, 15 years ago, we used to joke, you know, the talk globally about climate change used to happen. And you say, in Uganda for us, here we know rainy season twice a year. We will plant in April and we will plant again in August, and we are fine. And you're finding that today, there's almost one season. You know, we crammed it that we're a two-season country, but there's almost one season. So you find that climate change is actually real. And it's such an emerging risk that whereas everybody thought that it's a problem with agriculture, we are now even seeing it in day-to-day business. Rising water levels, right? When the lake goes up, what impact is it having on the electricity regulation, right? If the lake goes up, is it bringing more water hyacinth down the dam? If it comes down the dam, do they have to switch off some turbines? If they switch off some turbines, how much electricity now are we producing? If we are now limiting the amount of electricity we are producing, are the factories working? Are the industries working? If the industries can't work to capacity, guys, are people employed? Does the industry now, if a factory was working, I don't know, 18 hours a day, but because of limited electricity supply, it has to cut that down to 9 hours, is employment happening? Do you see? So you find that actually the risks of ESG are now becoming wider, that the climate change, everybody thought, it affects the farmers. Now you're realizing that actually everyone is affected. The factory is affected, people's jobs are affected, so it's real. Another emerging risk is really social responsibility and human rights. And this, for me, I think has really been driven by things like social media, right? Before, Organizations will do what organizations do. Hire and fire at will, especially fire at will, pay as the boss pleases, whether it's below minimum wage, even where there's no minimum wage. But you find that today, with the presence of social media, organizations actually are more accountable. Companies are more accountable, and people are asking, are you paying your people enough? Do you handle your people well? Issues like diversity, equity, inclusion. Are you an inclusive entity? Do you treat, for example, in a region, do you treat some tribes better than others? Do you treat the people you went to school with, your OBs and your OGs, when you hire them? When you're hiring people, do you have an affiliation towards the people who went to the same cool schools like you did? All these are questions now that are becoming more apparent. And you find that organizations, and because of that thing I told you about, the reputational risk, that all it takes now is someone, posting on social media about their mistreatment. And it can have an impact on your business. It can have an impact on your brand absorption by customers. So you find like things like human rights. Human rights are now also viewed better. Your organization, how do you handle your employees? Are human rights, adhered to? Especially, you find this being even more apparent in current countries that are supposedly not scoring very highly in terms of human rights. Another emerging risk is really reputational risk. So we find that today, one small thing, and it's on social media, So the reputation of an organization, Caroline was talking about, when we produce something, do we just dump it? Do we not care and we send out the water to the market? You find that today organizations are affected actually by supply chain. A supplier, someone as small as a supplier, misbehaving with your product can actually have an impact on the sales of your products. So you find that organizations should have got to think about even their supply chains, Is our reputation at risk when we onboard certain kinds of supplier? So those supply chain vulnerabilities, you find that they are real. And they're really real for manufacturers. We are talking about industrialization today. When you industrialize, you produce. After producing, the stages your product goes through to the final consumer, you've now got to think twice about the stakeholders you bring on board, the people you bring on board to make sure that this product gets to consumers. So you find that these ESG risks must be looked at, and the organizations must prepare for them as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alex. I think reputational risk is currently one of the biggest challenges that companies face now because of the advance of technology, which has more or less democratized people's opinions across different spheres. Now, hearing what Alex is saying regarding business risk and what Caroline has highlighted in terms of what we must do to be able to support our sustainability efforts, I just wanted to come back to Howard to ask what kind of benchmarks do you think industries must be able to apply to promote circularity in this conversation?
Thank you so much, Agri. Before I answer your question, I see Commissioner Margaret Mwebesa has joined us. I'm a very big fan of work she's doing at the ministry, and I couldn't proceed. I was hard-pressed to... Yes, so it's good to see you, Commissioner Margaret, yes. So thank you so much, Agri, for that question. And so, and thank you so much, Caroline and Alex, yes, for the great submission. So I think that the benchmarks really are for us to understand that the goal, again, heading forward, when you look at, for example, the East African industrialization East African community industrialization strategy, but also the AU Agenda 2063, of course, in consonance with Uganda Vision 2040 and our NDP3, now, of course, moving to NDP4, the goal is to industrialize but sustainably, right? And so that means that industries, and again, of course, based on the global imperative I mentioned with AUDR and this carbon border adjustment mechanism, that the imperative then is to strike that elusive and very delicate balance between profit and people and planet. That is it. So how do we achieve economic growth, giving an eye to environmental sustainability and social development? That is the question, right? So the benchmarks must be able to respond to that question, right? And so you find that, of course, the bit on using local resources, for example, do value addition. And of course, we've been very big on that at the local level, but also at the East African community level, even at the African level, doing value addition, right? Ensuring that we're able to create more jobs, utilize resources at a local level to be able to sort of enhance economic development and growth, but also to better our balance of payments as a country, right? So that means that the imperative is to industrialize in a way that is environmentally friendly. So the benchmarks must be able to get us to that place. And of course, as I said in the beginning, that we need to take the small steps first. And as Alex mentioned, that the global discussion on environmental, social, and governance standards is more advanced elsewhere, than it is, in the global south where Uganda is. And so the pressure that we have is to leapfrog. That, for the global west that took over 100 years to industrialize and get to the place of having convention they're having right now, that now, for us, we must leave some resources stranded, in the ground, and just leapfrog and, adopt the green technologies, adopt renewable energy, and that is the global pressure that we have, right? So the benchmark then is how do we have a just energy transition? And we mentioned, Agri, in the beginning, the commitments that we have made both in the nationally determined contributions that we have, of course, updated in 2022, and now, of course, we are in the next cycle. By 2025, we need to have the subsequent updated version, but also in that energy transition plan that we launched at COP28 in Dubai, right? So we've made commitments, and for us, whereas the world is saying that we must get to net zero by 2050, we are saying in the energy transition plan that given the local context, because it must be a just and equitable energy transition, we are going to get to net zero by 2065, right? That is the commitment we have made in our energy transition plan, right? So you find that, of course, there is, as I said in the beginning, the intricate socio-economic questions that must be answered by these benchmarks. And so in taking the smaller steps, we could begin firstly, and I think Caroline mentioned this, by taking the smaller steps, and one of them could be on the question of waste, right? And right now, of course, you know that we have a waste crisis in our country. And yesterday, and I think Agri made allusion to it, we saw some changes, in Kampala City Council Authority, leadership, changes, of course, based on what they've called criminal negligence in light of the Kitezi disaster, right? But it's not just that, because we find ourselves in a reactionary state as opposed to being proactive, right? But as industries, for example, when you look at the National Environment Act, CAP 181 of 2019, as I talked about the waste aspect, that is the duty of the producer of the waste to ensure that it is well managed to the end, right? And we talked about the extended producer liability. That, for example, when you are producing a bottle like this, a single-use plastic, is it enough for you just to get it out of your factory to the market and make the profit that you want to make? I think it's better, and it must be the imperative, that you look at the whole supply chain. This single-use plastic, where is it ending? And what am I doing to ensure that I'm addressing the pollution that I'm creating at the end of the supply chain? Because, as you know, we are having a conversation on climate change, but climate change is a component of what we call the triple planetary crisis. And that looks at climate change, it looks at biodiversity loss, and looks at pollution. And of course, pollution in all its forms. It could be, plastic pollution, it could be, in light of, soil pollution, or marine pollution, or freshwater pollution, or even terrestrial, pollution in the beginning. So we look at the whole spectrum, which is very broad, right? So we need to take the first steps first. For example, at source, and we've talked about this, sustainable waste management, and these are some of the principles, of environmental stewardship and governance as embedded in Section 5 of our National Environment Act, CAP 181, right? So at segregation at source, as industries, when we're disposing of waste at source, are we segregating it? Are we sorting it out? Because that is, the beginning point for the circularity. And as I mentioned in the beginning, earlier this year, we had the launch of the National Environment Plastic Circularity Strategy 2023-2028. And we had that, of course, under the auspices of the National Environment Management Authority. So as industries, we need to take the smaller steps as we want to take the bigger steps on ESG monitoring, of which, by the way, right now, there are so many, standards across the globe, right? And of course, there are many more being developed. But the challenge then is that many of them are being developed in the Western world. I've not seen, an African standard of, okay, this is the African standard for ESG monitoring and implementation of monitoring, right? So are we developing local solutions for some of these challenges that are context sensitive to some of the challenges that we are facing, as you know? Because we cannot have a one-size-fits-all, right? But if, and I think one of the English judges called it the English oak. You cannot just transplant the English oak from England and bring it to Africa and expect it's going to thrive, right? There must be certain modifications adaptations, qualifications, exceptions to ensure it's context sensitive. Because if it's context sensitive, then it will be able to, respond to local solutions, but also be able to be appreciated. So we need to look at waste reduction at source by sorting, for example, if it's plastics, if it's bottles, if it's organic, so we can be able to address it at that point. And the benchmarks, of course, even if I'm to get to country benchmarks, for example, Germany has created, that kind of, regulations that at the point of, creating this waste, you must segregate it, you must sort it out. And the different bins, it could be blue, could be green for the organic, blue for the plastics or for the bottles, and black for the paper. So that kind of thing, which requires, of course, I think as Caroline mentioned, a mindset change. For people to know that if I segregate at source, I'm contributing my part, to, again, the resolution or the solutions that we need to the waste challenge. The other, as I prepare to conclude, is on energy efficiency. As I mentioned, the global consensus is, of course, to triple renewable energy deployment, but also to double energy efficiency. But what is energy efficiency? Energy efficiency is basically using less energy to achieve the same product in your production, right? So how do we ensure that we, of course, at a local level, through research and development, but also with awareness creation, that we popularize the energy efficient options in appliances, in, the equipment that we use, but also when it comes to, the lifestyles that we adopt. And, of course, a big example, as Caroline mentioned, just switching on, and off lights, when we don't need to use them. That's a very small example, but it goes beyond that, unplugging all those, even selecting products that are energy efficient. And, of course, the question of labeling. How do we have a local mechanism of having our own labeling, that is able to guarantee, quality in that regard? And then, finally, we need to look at product life cycle extension. And I talked about extended producer responsibility. That is not enough for you to produce a product like this and just send it to the market and conclude at that. You must look through the whole supply chain. Where is this product ending? What kind of waste am I creating at the end of this supply chain? And what am I doing to respond or to be able to address some of the pollution crises that are being created or problems at the end of my supply chain? So there's so much that we can do, and we know already what we need to do right now, right? But we need to go away from just having the conversation to taking the small steps that need to take us there. As I said in the beginning, if we all did little, we would do much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Howard. I think what I hear from you is that there is no one size fits all in this conversation, and that we must transition in a just manner, and that first in, first out, which is the position of the government of Uganda, is that those who are first polluters need to begin to reduce faster than those who are just joining. For example, Uganda, which is largely a renewable country. But because our time is fast spent, I'd like to go around the panel for parting shots. And I think I'll start with Caroline, and then I'll go to Howard, and then finally to Alex. But Alex, I think as you do your parting shots, you also need to speak to us about how do we mitigate the risks that you just highlighted in light of this global conversation. So, Madam Caroline, over to you.
Thank you, Agri. My parting shots for all this is, like I said, like I have been saying, we want a world that we can all live in, that future generations can live in, but it starts with us. Can we take the first step and take the initiative to go about waste management, especially? Because at the end of the day, even as we discuss ESGs and we discuss circular economy, what comes at the end of this is waste. So how are we treating this waste? Can we all just take a moment and think about that and see what we want improved? Right now, the talk of the town is Chitezi. But like I mentioned earlier, it's not just Chitezi, it's everywhere in Uganda. We have a Chitezi at a smaller scale somewhere in another region, everywhere actually, in all regions of this country. So as the people who live in Kampala, and because I know this broadcast is live, people who might be watching from other regions in the country, can we segregate at source? Can we reduce our waste at source such that we don't end up in one big landfill as a nation. Thank you.
Oh yes, thank you so much, Agri, and I would like to thank the conveners and partners for giving us this platform to share some of these ideas that we have and solutions. So on my end, really parting short is that with every challenge, comes an opportunity. And for me, I see this as an opportunity, right? For example, with the EUDR and the CBAM, these are opportunities for us to align, to comply, and tap into these opportunities, right? But we also need, as a country, again, to invest in R&D. It's very important for us to, come up with our own local solutions. For example, the issue of waste that we've been talking about, there is an opportunity there with waste-to-energy solutions. It's very important, right? And so we need to also look at how we can empower some of our innovators, some of our young people, who have these amazing ideas. How can we give them a latitude to contribute solutions? Young people go across the country, across the world to the conference of the parties, could be, with the UNFCCC or, with the CBD, different, opportunities. But locally, how are we engaging young people and, supporting them to come up with these solutions that can address some of these challenges? So my parting shot is Uganda is 78% young people, and that is where our solution lies. Young people are innovative, they are creative, they bring fresh perspectives, and they have the grit and resilience. And across the world, it's young people driving this innovation. So let's pay attention to the young people, give them the latitude, support them, and leverage our youthful population to be able to address some of these challenges as we together, of course, augment discourse to enhance environmental sustainability. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Agri. Actually, my parting shot was going to be mitigating these risks, because I said it's unfair to tell people the risks and then you don't tell them how to mitigate them. So thanks for that. I think for me, it's very important, first of all, to realize that to mitigate all these risks, to make sure that we're ESG compliant as a region, as a East African region, we need all stakeholders on board. We need government, we need private sector, we need NGOs, and actually we need the public. We need everybody on board, because all of them contribute towards ensuring that as a region, we are in a safe space. One is strengthening regulatory frameworks. I think as regulators of the different sectors in the region, if we can strengthen regulatory frameworks and make sure that our frameworks take care of the ESG aspect of doing business, we will have a better business environment in the region. Another one is enhancing stakeholder engagement. You realize that many of the stakeholders actually don't know, right? Many of the stakeholders are not in touch. You find that cross-regulator conversations are not happening. So if we can enhance stakeholder engagements to make sure that the public, the users, the private sector players, the government are all speaking together, then we can make sure that as a region, we become better placed in as far as ESG is concerned. The other one is really incentivizing sustainable practices. Tax holidays for ESG compliant organizations, one thing for governments in the region to think about. Another one is also rewarding good behavior, rewarding organizations that are engaged in green energy or green behavior. If we can have some form of rewards, whether by way of holidays, be it by way of promoting them to get extra financing, it would be good and it would promote our position as a region. The other is really capacity building and training, and this, I insist, there must be training and capacity building in the region. Why? Because it's new. And like Howard said, we are light years ahead, rather light years behind our global partners. But we can't wait for those light years to also catch up. So we've got to sort of jump the gun, and jumping that gun is only through an effort towards capacity building and training, and then also adopting ESG reporting and transparency. Why? If we are transparent with our reporting, we will actually improve ourselves, because as we report and as we tell ourselves these things, as a region, as a East African region, as we tell ourselves these things and as we are transparent, we will actually be able to promote our overall position, because then we can correct mistakes, then we can also learn from those who are doing well in the region, and we can grow as a region. And then finally, it's really to consult a reputable professional to make sure that you get your ESG issues in order. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Alex. We may charge you for that, Kalango, but Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand clap for our panelists. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Howard. Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much for those who have been listening to us, both on YouTube and TV, and those in the audience. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and wisdom at this function. And we trust that the conversation has started, and everyone that has been listening now understands that we need to make the small steps, but we can do much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another round of applause for the panel this morning. Thank you very, very much. I think we are at a better place to understand ESG and what companies, as well as what government needs to do in order to encourage ESG in this country. If we are to talk sustainability, it's important that ESG becomes our lifeline, ESG becomes our way of life. Thank you once again. Another hand of applause while they leave. So in the next 15 minutes, we are going to have a keynote address on Uganda's energy integration strategy to support sustainable industrialization. That if Uganda would like to industrialize sustainably, we need energy. And for us to have that energy in this global craze of clean energy, we need to be able to have the right amounts of energy mix. And someone to take us through this is none other than the Assistant Commissioner, Technical Planning in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Welcome with me, Dr. Gerald Banagabingi.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The development of energy is an essential and component of industrialization and plays a multifaceted role. Economic growth and technology advancement are driven by the viability and affordability of energy sources. Industrialization is a complex process that depends not on the development of energy, but also on the provision of that energy. The availability and affordability of energy sources is a key driver for economic growth and technological advancement. A consistent and substantial supply of energy is required to carry out industrial processes which require complex manufacturing, and various industries, including manufacturing, mining, rely on a variety of energy sources for powering machinery, equipment, and production lines. Technological innovation is often driven by industries that consume a large amount of energy. And according to the United Nations, in its Sustainable Development Goals, it aims to ensure access to affordable and reliable and sustainable energy for all by 2030. And that's what we call the Sustainable Development Goal, number 7. But to do that, the energy development has got to be done in an integrated manner. And we are leveraging on our clean energy to drive industrialization and thus the need for our energy transition. In the sub-Saharan context and Africa and in Uganda in particular, the energy transition cannot simply be a decarbonization. And importantly, it must be linked to the need to bridge the energy access gap and encourage productive uses of energy to create new competitive industrial clusters. The key opportunities for green industrialization can also coexist with traditional resource-based industrialization and drive structural transformation. And linkages and value chain involvement are critical for avoiding the paradox of plenty syndrome, as exporting raw minerals today is no longer viable. And therefore, the need for us to have the energy transition and an integrated transition plan, which we've developed and was launched last winter at the Conference of Parties 28 by the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. What's our objective? To support a rapid economic development for the country, to provide universal access to electricity and clean cooking, consistent and in line with the Sustainable Development Goal 7, to ensure an integrated approach, exploiting and leveraging from the various resources that the country has got. And this is a land-linked country. We are cognizant of that fact, and therefore there is a need to manage energy security, energy affordability, and mitigate our greenhouse gas emissions. The energy industry, the mineral industry, the petroleum industry, these are large capital-intensive sectors, and certainly financing is very critical. So therefore, we are looking at Uganda being in the upper middle income quartile by the 2040s. And the need and the role of the energy sector is to try to power that economy, where Uganda is in the upper middle quartile by the 2040s. You can check the countries today which are in that category. And that's the kind of energy requirement that you've got to provide. Before you reach there, the immediate task is to accelerate the energy access, consistent with the Sustainable Development Goal 7. So we are looking at having universal access to clean energy and clean cooking by the 2030. Now, you will say that sounds like a very tough target, but that's a realistic target, and that's an ambitious target. And we've modeled this for over 2 years in the labs, and you certainly have to make some practical steps to move to achieve clean cooking and clean access to clean energy by the 2030s. And therefore, you will see that most of the actions and the steps which are being taken are consistent with this plan. To do that, you'll have to electrify almost all the sectors. And therefore, by the 2040, the electricity demand will grow by 17-fold. By 17-fold. The oil demand will grow by 3-fold from the 2020 levels. Our base that we have used is the 2020 levels. So by the 2040s, you're seeing that the electricity demand will grow by 17-fold, the oil products by 3-fold. The bioenergy as well grows, notably biofuels as well as biogas. And I'm sure you'll have noted that we have the Biofuels Act, which has placed some responsibilities on how to improve and increase the utilization and the use of biofuels. So electricity demand grows, oil demand grows, bioenergy demand grows, and that's driven by electrification across all sectors, including the transportation fuels as well as the clean energies. Of course, as you increase the access to clean energy, the bioenergy will be some bit of reduction. It declines, matching the rate of the growth in access to clean energy. But an expanding transport fleet leads to a rise in the oil consumption until the electrification takes hold. The other key objective for this strategy and the plan is to pursue a balanced low-carbon power mix. If you see I think the technology is going very slow. If you see the Uganda's planned power mix from the 2010, 2022, and 2030 and 2050, by the 2030, we'll have moved from 5 terawatt hours of, okay. Let's proceed. So this is the transition that shows that the bioenergy will rise, but then it will begin to decline as the rate of electrification grows. And somewhere by the 2037, around the second quarter in that financial year, there should be an intersection mainly on the account of EV revolution, the car sales. You know, we have a fast-growing EV industry, and I think the discussants will cover that in detail. And by that time, it will have taken hold. And by the 2040, you have all households provided with the upgraded connections. And you see the electrification rate will have gone significantly high, and all households will have modern access to cooking systems by the 2050s. Now, of course, not everybody will be on the clean cooking. There could be some 1 to few households living on top of some mountains somewhere. So but you use the principle of small things, so that will not deter that the country has actually progressed. But the majority of the households, the majority of the economy will have taken hold on the electrification. Now, if you progress and go to see how then does the power mix look like? How then does the power mix look like? And how is it changing and transiting from where we are? You will notice that this is how far we have gone. That's how we were by 2020. By 2021, we are about 5 terawatt hours. And you can already see that the energy system here largely is very green. We have some small fossil fuels being used in the thermal power production, basically for emergency and backup and security. Okay? But it's largely green. So by 2030, you have the dominance of the more cleaner. And the very green, the solar and wind will be dominant, hydro and geothermal will be dominant, as well as the small component of bioenergy. Now, this is a largely decarbonized power mix, leveraging on the various renewable resources that this country has got. And our target, as you must have heard previously from His Excellency the President, the Right Honorable Minister, we must have 52 gigawatt hours by the 2040. Okay? Now, that demand will be very significant. And once you have that kind of capacity, it will drive electrification not only in the country, not only across all the economic sectors, but across the region as well. And you will be a potential energy hub for the region. And you know we have significant energy interconnections with the neighboring countries, and more lines you must have seen being developed, especially the interconnection lines to the eastern DRC. We are upgrading the lines to the west, to Rwanda. We are doing the connections and trading with Kenya and Tanzania, and as well as to Southern Sudan. So this is going to be a regional energy hub. And the more energy we have, this will be a leading exporter of energy at that time. Great. Now, if you grow the economy, if you increase the access rate, if you increase the electrification, and therefore the demand for energy grows, the increased demand certainly will have an impact on the economy. And how how does this manifest itself on the consumer, and be it the household, be it the industry, be it the factories, and so on and so forth. There will be the pressure on the price. That's the resultant effect. Now, the only solution that keeps this within check is the energy efficiency. All right? And the energy efficiency in the transport, energy efficiency in the buildings and households, energy efficiency in the industries. Okay? In the buildings, you have appliances and standards, and we are working very significantly to develop these minimum energy efficient performing standards. And you'll see all those, they're already being rolled out. You see the standards of appliances, of cooking equipment, and so on and so forth. All those are aimed at ensuring that we can keep our energy demand affordable. And energy efficiency, we say, is the lowest hanging fruit. And it works as well in the industries as well as in transport. All right. Talking about transport, one of the greatest revolutions in the transport is the electric mobility. For most of the participants here, for most of the members, you know now the electric vehicles is a very significant revolution, and it's going on, it's not starting. And we launched this in 2018, and you must have seen the significant growth of this. Initially with the 2 and 3 wheelers, it is going to the 4 wheelers, to light duty vehicles, and it will go to heavy duty vehicles, the public transport, and we have seen enormous progress in this space. We have an electric mobility strategy which was launched. The idea is to have a faster transition to EVs. And this shift should have a big impact on Uganda's energy system. There's a time lead of about 8 years to catch up with the technology with the rest of the world, but this is not out of the context, and it's consistent with many countries that have taken this route. Okay, if you move the other significant area, and the one of focus is the energy demand across the industries, particularly for electricity. So the industries will pick up, and they are already grown, and more are coming on. You've seen the industrial parks and many more industries coming on. But the fossil demand is certainly driven by these high intensity industries, especially the steel and the cement. And we have validated results. If you got most of these energy intensive industries, the energy use is so high, but there is a lead time on the technology improvement and conversion and switching, and this takes some time. By the 10th year, you should be having some significant change in some of the and improved technologies. And these are the ones which are still using, which will drive the use of the fossil fuels, including the transport sector. So the industrial energy consumption by fuel will certainly grow. And by 2050, it should be around 480 pentajoules, right? That will be significant, but the whole plan is that it is within the manageable levels, and this is why we're having this consistent and well-modeled plan to provide sustainably that energy to meet the industrial growth. Right. When one of the industries that we are looking at that is going to be one of the biggest game changers are the mineral-based industries. This country is blessed with significant mineral resources, and mining and mineral processing, including critical minerals, have got different demands for energy, and various mixes are required for their processing. The critical minerals in particular are very significant in today's global context, where we're looking at sustainability of the supply chains, we are looking at their processing and value addition. And now that we are talking about the electric mobility and electric vehicles, the critical minerals are very significant inputs in that industry, and Uganda is planning and is poised to be a significant player in this space. We are lucky, we are blessed with these minerals, critical minerals, and they should be able to drive our industries. They should be able to drive the electric vehicle industry very significantly, very significantly. You must have noticed we have significant various policy directives to add value. That's a great step. And once you go into the processing of these critical minerals, you are going to have significant industrial growth in that space. Right. You move to another God-given opportunity, and we have had strong discussion on this, the natural resource of the fossil fuels. The fossil fuels within our transition plan plays a critical role. First, you've seen the growth threefold, driven by the transport sector as well as the industrial fossil-based industries. The demand is growing threefold up to the 2040. So the local, the national, the petroleum resources in this country will play a significant role meeting the national or the local demand, satisfied mainly by the local refinery. And then also there will be production of clean energy. The gas, we're expecting to produce about 100,000 tons of LPG, 20 and 80 from Kingfisher and Tirenga, respectively. That will have a significant impact on the clean cooking. Clean cooking, you see, the person who is cooking is interested in cooking. Is someone who is moving is interested in moving. And the marginal probability to switch the energy is determined by the relativeness of the pricing of the energies. And the LPG will be a significant factor in enabling the switching. It will be very competitive with alternative energy sources. And this is where the role of the petroleum, of the fossil fuels, becomes very critical in our plan. And that's why we have said the transition is not a universal strategy. This is within our context. Some people are transiting from one energy source to another. Some people are transiting from darkness to light in our context. And so when we put this within our plan, and this is why we have spent more time, as you must appreciate, there has been significant debate and discussion on this. We find this is the role, there will be a significant role of the fossil fuels up to a significant time, as I will show. It will be consistent with our plan. So what does this demand show? If you progress, you find that, so I'm saying that industries, some are fossil-based, some are using other energy sources that we have got to replace. But in all this, we are not losing focus of a low carbon power mix. No. You are mixing this within the other energy sources. Leveraging on the plentiful renewables. And Uganda's share of renewable energy will significantly grow, and it is more competitive as compared to many countries. By 2050, we'll have the largest share of renewables, ensuring the grid stability and grid reliability. And by 2032, we also have another clean energy coming in of nuclear. You must have seen we have made significant progress on the nuclear development. That's another clean energy source coming in around 2031, 2032. Ceteris paribus, all right? But that's the plan is consistent. Now, if you progress, you find that the dispatchable power capacity that will be added to complement our low cost, you are picking from all energy sources: solar, hydro, wind, geothermal, biomass and biogas, nuclear, batteries. Now, batteries in the context of, once you have the EVs, in the context of smart grids, once you have increased the distributed systems and isolated the power distributors and the generators, that people can generate their power, use for their industries, and set the balance to the grid. EVs, you have the batteries during the high demand, low demand, we can charge the batteries, and during the high demand, the batteries can supply back to the grid. That's a smart grid. That's a smart grid. And that's what we are looking at, and that's what we are planning. If you check, the grid development plan is all geared at making it a smart grid so that at one time we'll be able to balance and have a reliable and stable energy supply system. So, geothermal is on course. You know, we are doing significant drilling. We have now, I think we should be having results very soon from Panyamul and many others. And these are some of the fastest projects that we are advancing. Now, in all this is what we mean by a low power. The rapid case, I've already explained. You have the 52, and then what is it doing? You are exporting, industries, transport, higher tiers of access, residential. What I mean by higher tiers of residential, you see, solar energy will play a significant role among the households. And as you increase electrification and economic growth takes root or becomes more significant, by the 2030s, around 2034, the households will need to upgrade to higher energy demand sources, you know, and so there will be some switching to more stable grids than from distributed systems. Now, the next should be the most interesting point that one would want to take. We are doing all this, and please, if you have your phone, I can allow you to take this picture. Because our 2 years have been, you see Commissioner Mwebesa here, you see, I've seen everybody complaining, don't touch the oil resources, don't do this, don't this. No, Uganda has made a commitment under the Paris Agreement, and we have submitted our obligations under the National Determined Contribution to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have our conditional and unconditional targets, all right? Now, this plan is consistent with our national and international obligations. Can I say that again? Is consistent with our national and international obligations. If you go back to that curve, I want to spend some good time on that. Our emissions rise consistent with the progress in the economy. They reach 2040, they peak. All right? They peak by 2040. And by 2040, factored by clean access, clean cooking, EVs, you begin the decline. And we attain a net zero, and I heard him speak, I was happy about it. We attain a net zero by 2065. Net zero does not mean zero emissions. It only means that at that time, you are able to abate the kind of emissions you're able to produce. You stay in balance. So the crux of the work has all been to demonstrate that we can develop strategically, robustically, and we remain consistent and within our national and international obligations as per the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Framework Conventions. Even if I don't make any other point, that's the biggest point I have. All right? That's the only point I have. The rest is to say, to achieve this, maybe the final point would be, to achieve this is that this energy transition requires significant resources, and the annual investments will have to increase. You have to put in more resources in the access, in the batteries, in all forms to ensure that we stay on course to achieve this plan. And when you do that, this will ensure energy access, it will ensure rising levels of GDP, and we shall achieve our electrification rates. So I put for you the numbers on the kind of investment required. This creates opportunities for investment, and then you are able to grow and grow sustainably. In conclusion, we are supporting the rapid economic development. We are taking an integrated approach. It's a low carbon mix. We are ensuring energy security and managing affordability. We require significant resources, and part of the reason to develop these plans and the strategy was for us to engage with the national and international partners to unlock more financing for this sector. And we call on the support of everyone to enable us achieve our national targets and meet our international obligations. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Dr. Banagabingi, who has taken us through a crash course on Uganda's energy transition strategy. And I think we are all in a good place to understand that as a country we are committed to industrialization in a sustainable way, in such a way that we will use cleaner sources of energy. We are envisaging the future. Yes, right now, we are gearing up to be an oil-producing country, but we shall use our fossil fuel resources responsibly so that we get to that place that he has talked about in 2065, when it is envisaged that the country will hit net zero. And we are committed. Each and every one of us has a role to play. The opportunities for investment, I believe, have also been highlighted. And so I think it is important for us to take note of that. We will take 30 seconds. I will request us to all stand to our feet. Just 30 seconds so that, you've been seated for quite a while. And if you want your life to be sustainable, it is a good thing to, every so often, just stand, stretch a little bit, stretch your hands to the side, check if your neighbor is fine. Maybe you didn't greet the person behind you. Reach out to the person behind you. Find out who they are. Get their business card. One of the things we do in these events is network, because networking is very important. Okay? You can wriggle your head so that your neck is not, many of us get stuck. Your waist a little bit. Like I said, the ladies can do this easier. But the gentlemen, it's a bit hard, but try, okay? It is okay. Your feet, make sure the circulation is getting there. So you wriggle a little bit. Right, then you turn to the left. Yes. You'll thank me later, don't worry. Then you can take your seat. As you take your seat, allow me invite to the podium the next panel that is going to be discussing energy in industrialization. Dr. Banagabingi has done a good job in breaking down Uganda's energy transition policy as stipulated from October 2023 at COP28. But now to break it down and discuss this and what does this mean, I want to invite to the stage Mrs. Margaret Atieno Mwebesa, the Commissioner Climate Change in the Ministry of Water and Environment. You are very welcome, Madam. Kindly give her a hand while she comes. Allow me also invite Mr. Anthony Ogalo, the General Manager of Sustainable Energies and Petroleum Association, SEPA, to the stage. Give him a hand while he comes to encourage him. Okay. Also, we will be joined by the co-founder and Chief Climate Officer of 1MTN, Ms. Annette Garoza. You are very welcome. Please give her a hand while she comes. And then we shall also be joined on the stage by Mr. Alan Muhumuza, the head of the Mobility Bureau Office of the President of the Republic of Uganda. Give him a hand while Mr. Muhumuza comes. Okay, fabulous. So, in this discussion, we want to be able to discuss and unpack a little bit of what Dr. Banagabingi has broken down. And I have a panel of experts here. We want to be able to ask ourselves a number of questions and understand if, as a country, we are on the right track, what opportunities exist, what does this mean for the ordinary Ugandan, and how can we make sure that at the end of the day, our targets as a country of having energy to industrialize this country, but also clean energy, more than anything else, is what we are aiming at. And I want to start with Madam Commissioner here. Uganda has ambitious targets, has set an ambitious carbon neutrality goals. What are some of those targets, and what are some of those goals from where you sit? Do you think we as a country are on the right track, and what are some of the things we need to be able to do to make sure that we achieve those ambitious targets? If you could just take a minute or two to just let the audience and the viewers know what those targets, those carbon neutrality goals are, and the challenges and opportunities that exist around that.
Thank you so much, moderator, and thank you, viewers. Uganda is signatory to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and also its implementation framework. That is the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, which means we have to comply with the goal of these protocols. And Uganda, as one of the countries that is party to these conventions, as expected of us, we are supposed to come with nationally determined contributions. That is our national climate change action plans. Uganda has a very ambitious nationally determined contribution, which states that we are going to reduce our emissions by 24.7%. And this is through most of our sectors, including the industries. So that is, it means that we need the entire society, the whole of society approach in order for us to really meet this target. Dr. Banag, I wanted to clarify that for me, as the focal point, we are really calling for the country to have an energy mix, but we are also using the principle of common but differentiated capability. As a country, we are also supposed to develop. So Uganda is on the right path. We are supposed to exploit our minerals. We are supposed to exploit our oil and gas. In order for us to develop, we also need to exploit our natural resources. And one of them is oil and gas. So really, Uganda is on the right track. And also, we have already an energy mix strategy, which is very good, which has also been launched during COP28. To me, Uganda is on the right track, and the whole world knows it. So I don't think we have any worries on that. But remember, we have the common but differentiated role we have to play as parties. So for us as a country, apart from the oil and gas, we have also other actions that we are taking as a country. So the industrial sector, you are one of the key sectors that is emitting or contributing to Uganda's emissions. And so you have to really have a climate-smart development pathway for the industrial sector. And also, as a country, you know, we are quite wealthy, naturally. Our natural capital wealth is big, and it is the way to go for the country now to harness this natural capital in order for us to really mitigate our climate, negative climate impacts. So that means, as a country, we must embrace our natural capital base. Let us not destroy our natural capital base. As industries, you know that your main source of material is the natural capital. So if you destroy it, then you're destroying your own future. So for us as government, the Afolo sector is very critical. That is where the greatest emissions come from, and that is where we are tapping most of our natural capital from, the agriculture sector, the forestry sector. So I call upon the industries, please let us really embrace our natural capital wealth to ensure that we can have prosperity for today and our future generation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Just turning to you, Mr. Ogallo, you come from an industry that is dealing with, energy and petroleum. You have all the downstream petroleum companies as part of your association, and naturally, anyone would think, look, when you talk about emissions, this is where it is happening. Government has already clarified that, look, from a government standpoint, the idea of climate change and making sure that we are climate responsive is paramount. The Commission has made that clear. But from you as private sector, what are you doing to be responsive as well? What are you doing to make sure that you are maybe deploying energy efficient technologies and all that to make sure that at the end of the day, you're not seen as the emitters?
Thank you, Humphrey. I always come across this question, and everyone looks at the downstream a downstream petroleum industry as the emitter in the room. But that may not necessarily be true. Based on what the Commissioner has just said, Assistant Commissioner Doctor has just mentioned, that there will be emissions coming from petroleum supply activities. That we can't rule out, and we have to be realistic about it. However, how responsible the emitters are going to do to sustain industrial development is what matters. The first point in energy supply or in energy sustainability and industrial sustainability is energy supply. Is energy supply sustainable? Is energy production sustainable? Those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves as industrialists. And is our consumption sustainable in terms of how we use the energy and how we make sure that we do not emit carbon into the environment? And not only carbon, but to keep human beings that run those operations safe and living a better life. So as a player in this sector, what I know is we have done a lot of work towards energy efficiency. And when we talk about energy efficiency, we talk about partnerships with original equipment manufacturers on how efficient their equipment can be to consume fossil fuels or consume petroleum products. We work in partnership with them. Talk about vehicles, talk about equipment, manufacturing equipment, talk about furnaces, talk about boilers, talk about all those discussions happen. What about in terms of the fuel itself that is being used in the industrial sector? How do we make it efficient? How do we make it work better? There is additivation that happens in the industry to make sure that the emissions that are coming out are much cleaner than what we used to have. Some of you will remember that a few years ago, we used to sell 500 parts per million diesel in this market. That is as late as 2010, 2009. We used to sell 500 parts per million of sulfur in diesel. But the industry worked towards bringing that down to 50 parts. As we speak now, we are going down to 10 parts per million. And Uganda is a leading example in that. I'll tell you advanced markets that are still selling 500 parts per million of diesel in this market. In this planet, which is extremely dangerous for the environment, for the population. Talk about petrol as well. We used to have leaded petrol. Most of you bought leaded petrol as late as 2002, 2005, 2008. We used to do that. But with World Health Organization, with UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program, we reduced that. And we actually removed lead from petroleum products or from petrol that you drive today. So you don't have lead. Lead was a very, very dangerous substance in petrol. It retarded children, it retarded people's IQs, it made them sick, it increased non-communicable diseases, high blood pressure, hypertension. All that has been done in the sector to improve the clean fuels, the fuel that we sell out. What about in terms of consumption? How do we make sure that a liter runs a longer distance than a normal petrol, a normal fuel, a normal diesel that you run in your vehicle? That technology has also been put in place. Innovations have been put in place. Research and development has developed fuels that are making much better mileage than what we used to have. All that is towards reducing, one, the consumption of fuel on the road, if we are talking about that, consumption of fuel in the industries in terms of production, consumption of fuel in flying, consumption of fuel in all activities where we need fossil fuels. What about the energy integration we're talking about? Oil marketing companies, as you may see them, they may look like these polluters that everyone is talking about, but they are involved in energy integration activities. Solar systems are installed in some of those stations. They don't run on electricity grid on a daily basis 100%. Some of them don't. Some of them have already installed solar systems in them. And it's their policy in order for us to reduce consumption of energy within their systems to make sure that we have a cleaner environment for posterity.
Yeah. Okay. That's very good. I think that's proactive on the oil marketing companies to be part and parcel of this conversation and to also demonstrate that they are taking steps to make sure that they are protecting the environment. I think one of the key things I pick from what you're saying is that if we looked carefully, the performance of 1 liter of fuel prior and the performance of 1 liter of fuel now has changed. And right now, 1 liter of fuel should take you longer. That would be good news for every Ugandan and every person watching, because even as the prices go the direction they are going, it is good to know that we can use less and less. And that is indeed very welcome. We'll come back to you, Ron, to discuss especially issues of LPG and some of those cleaner forms of energy that your members are also putting out. But before we do, I just wanted to ask Madame Annette, coming from the private sector, first of all, you're a climate officer in a company. This is a new, title. I've never heard of it, and it's good to know that, this is the direction that companies need to be able to take. What are the practical things that organizations, private sector players can put in place to make sure that they are responsible, they are doing their business in a way that takes care of the environment, takes care of the climate, from your point of view?
Yeah, thank you so much for a question. I obviously wear so many hats that the climate officer was actually the best approach how we can describe what I'm actually doing. I'm trying to link climate finance capital with the real active transformation activities on the ground, looking at the bioeconomy. But you actually asked a very good specific question. It's more from the corporate world side. If you are looking at the latest World Economic Forum in Davos, after several working groups, it actually gave out a very good report together with Harvard Business Review, that we need to look at each, let's look at the boards. Climate is obviously a risk, meaning that yes, these risks are new to everyone. We have a new approach, education. We need to analyze those risks. Not everybody in a company has an exact knowledge how to treat those risks well. So there is a complete new transformation happening that we see that the companies who are approaching ESG person in their board are reducing the risks for the business value. We see it, it's happening. Then I'm also coming from the boots on the ground experience with 1MT Nation. We are high quality carbon project developer. We have invested in Uganda. We have 400 hectares of bamboo plantation. So when we are looking at the corporate emissions, it's very good that the discussions are starting that the corporate sector is, the private sector is measuring their emissions. I know that the scope 3 is still a very hard let's say, playground, how to tackle it. The data is a lot, and in emerging market, it's also hard to actually tackle and gather this data. But if we are looking at the carbon credit project opportunity, specifically to offset the emissions from the private sector, that we really see it as a great opportunity for the bioeconomy. And now we need to ask ourselves, how we want to do it. Do we want to tackle these challenges and gather investments from across the world, or we really want to teach the local patient capital how to make money out of these opportunities? Keep Ugandan capital in Uganda and grow it, because the opportunities are huge. And I actually want to really quickly quote United Nations Executive Secretary of Climate Change Department, Simon Still, and he just yesterday said a very nice statement in one of the signed events in the New York Climate Week, which is at the moment happening. And he said that decarbonization is the greatest transformation of the global economy of the century, which made it among the greatest commercial opportunities of all time, but it needs to have ABC. So what is the ABC? A, for ambitious new emission targets. Uganda has one, so, and B, check. B, for broken down it into the emissions within the sectors. We need to have baselines, and national ones and the regional ones. We see that it's needed. Then the C is for credible regulations, laws, and also new climate financing products. Without the regulations in place, we cannot tackle into the climate financing. It's too risky. So we need to act fast. We saw that different countries already has passed their climate regulations. They will be the front runners on getting the access to this climate capital. The countries who will be taking more time to actually pass the regulations are losing opportunity to tackle one of the stream of the capital. So I'm hoping that after the discussions and also the hard work that Ministry of Water and Environment is doing, that I'm really hoping that's on the way, and we can actually discuss not only opportunities or reports, but what have we done, how much investments have we tackled, what climate finance capital has been deployed in Uganda to either allow local private companies to offset their emissions or create market opportunities.
Oh, very good. Fabulous. So I think one of the things we'll come back to is how can we make money from these opportunities? How can companies, and I believe everybody listening and watching is interested in, so where is the opportunity to make money? And we'll come back to that. But before we do, maybe Mr. Muhumuza, you're responsible for mobility. Are we ready for e-mobility? What are we doing? Is the day going to come when our borders or our motorcycles on the road are electric? When our vehicles are electric? We already have issues, and sorry for complicating your question a little bit. We already have issues with electricity, load shedding here and there. Now, when you combine load shedding and charging a vehicle, what is the plan there? Will we return to walking to work? What is the plan with e-mobility as a country?
Am I on now? Great. Thank you, Humphrey. I think the conversation is prime, and the earlier discussion or the keynote by Dr. Banaga had hinted on a bit of what the country is doing in terms of positioning ourselves to really leverage the e-mobility transition. It's important to note that about 10% of Africa's greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation. And this is expected to increase on a business as usual scenario as the sub-Saharan vehicles, total vehicle in the market increased from 25 million in 2021 to up to 58 million by 2040, more than doubling. If you also look at the key continents in 2021, I think it was only Asia where the vehicle production in that continent was higher than the consumption. And the fastest growing market for vehicles is actually Africa, as urbanization also continues to increase. And we're seeing Uganda recently crossed to a lower middle income economy. So people becoming richer. And normally when people become richer, they're able to afford vehicles and actually start buying vehicles even when they might not really need the vehicles. So it is important that, therefore, especially within our national determined contributions, which targets that we should reduce our transport-based carbon emissions by up to 2 million tons of CO2 equivalent. So therefore, the question is, how do we deal with this? Uganda currently is a net consumer of vehicles. Our vehicle imports increased from about $115 million in 1996 to $795 million in 2023. It's an exponential growth. And this is about 8% of our import bill, and about $2 billion of fuel to drive the same cars. So that's about 27% of our import bill. The thing is, as we do the transition, the conversation goes beyond just uptake. But how do we also use this opportunity of this new technology to be a net source of e-mobility solutions in the region? And government has been very intentional towards this effort. The thing is not just importing the vehicles, we need to make these vehicles here. We need to be part of the conversation of value addition, and that's the industrialization I'm talking about. And there's no first world country that does not have vehicle manufacturing capabilities. You can name all the top countries. They all have vibrant automotive industries. They say you set up a vehicle plant and the Starbucks will come. But if you set up a Starbucks, the vehicle plant will not come. So there's big opportunity in industrialization within the automotive industry. Now, Uganda has specifically set up an e-mobility strategy, which Dr. Banaga highlighted. And this strategy is very ambitious, saying how do we transition by 2040 to e-mobility completely. And this is specifically looking at new vehicle sales. Now, there are 7 priority areas that we have highlighted in this strategy. And the strategy's overall goal is to position Uganda as a net source of e-mobility solutions in the region. So the topmost priority is EV manufacturing. That's priority number 1. Our target is to have 500,000 vehicles per year installed capacity of electric vehicles by 2040. Right now, we are boasting about 10,000 electric vehicles. That includes buses and motorcycles, combined capacity per year. We are on the path towards that, and we have already invested over 140 million from both the private sector and government towards this effort. And the target is 65% local content by 2040. Right now, you raised a key question about charging. Charging is the second priority area. How do we have a robust, integrated charging network within the country? Our target is to have at least 10,000 fast chargers within the country by 2040, supporting these electric vehicles. Currently, we have about 30 fast chargers, which are mainly within the Greater Kampala metropolitan area. But the important thing is the approach is how do we ensure that these chargers, for example, if you look at the approach of the two-wheeler segment, the two-wheelers are leveraging what we call in battery swapping. So the batteries can be charged ahead of time, and at the point when the energy is needed, you don't need to charge, you just go pick a battery that is fully charged and leave the other to charge as you drive. That is a very interesting business model. But now for these other vehicles, how do we so integrate aspects of solar energy to mitigate the issues of energy access, especially as we ramp up even and enhance the grid to be able to be more stable. But that also creates an opportunity in terms of grid stabilization, because now these vehicles are typically energy storage systems roaming around the streets. And there's an opportunity, especially with the vehicle-to-grid technologies, to see how we can stabilize the grid and do what we call load shaving, especially during peak time, so that we can leverage off-peak to charge and peak time to send energy back to the grid. And that's a very interesting opportunity. Now, the other key priority areas are battery manufacturing, targeting 1 gigawatt hours of battery production by 2040, and battery recycling as well. And right now we have a capacity of 60 megawatt hours on the pathway to realizing that target. The other one is electrifying public transport. And that's why government has specifically invested in the establishment of Kira Motors Corporation that is locally producing electric buses towards that effect. We currently have about 27 electric buses on the road and over 3,000 electric motorcycles locally made in Uganda, with over 140 swapping stations supporting these vehicles. And the other two mainly are on human capital development and the uptake, increasing the uptake of government and the private sector. So in terms of readiness, we are ready for this transition. We are very intentional towards ensuring this transition can happen. We have also put in place key incentives towards this transition, especially on the manufacturing side and the end-use side. So on the manufacturing side, we have a 10-year income tax exemption for electric vehicle manufacturers. We have import duty exemption on the import of inputs for production. And on the end-use side, we have a VAT exemption on the sale of electric vehicles that have been made in Uganda as well as battery energy storage systems, as well as stamp duty exemption. Over to you, sir.
That's very good. I think that's we are well on the way. Just a crazy idea. Since every year we buy massive guzzlers for government, within the next couple of years, can we start buying electric vehicles for government so that they lead the way in that? Okay? You can quote me on this one. But Mr. Gallo, if we are moving to electric vehicles at the rate at which Mr. Muhumza is saying, I'm aware that some marketing companies have also set up charging ports. And there are some of the 30 that he's talking about being responsive. Talk to us about that, and also about your strategy around LPG gas, making sure that there is penetration and uptake of LPG gas within the community for clean cooking.
Talk about vision, talk about shared vision. I'm proud to be Ugandan, and I think I'm also proud and privy to some of the conversations that have happened in the energy transition. So we are aware of government strategy on e-mobility. We know that the oil marketing companies are the best placed to have charging facilities in their locations. They have the infrastructure. They have all the other facilities that e-charging requires in the market. So we are positioned to take that business opportunity with us. We will install charging points as and when they are required. We know that they will complement our business. And remember, oil marketing companies are not only just about selling fuel. It's about convenience for the customer. It's about giving the customer what he requires when he is on the move. So when a customer is on the move and he needs to charge his vehicle, I'm sure he will need a Coca-Cola somewhere which is most likely available, a cold one at that, which is most likely available at a fuel station. So yes, to assure you, the oil marketing companies and all the other petroleum marketing companies will be interested in e-mobility, will be interested in charging those vehicles and offering the customers convenience they require. To move to the next point that you raise about LPG and all the other associated products, I think this is a low-hanging fruit for Uganda. Even as we speak now, even before we start collecting, producing our own LPG from the upstream activities or midstream activities. It's a quick win in that it immediately eliminates the use of biomass for cooking or for other activities that LPG can support. LPG is very cheap. The biggest challenge with LPG is the transportation and the storage. All of you are aware, or most of you are aware, that the limited storage in Mombasa for LPG does not allow us to bring quantities that will make economies of scale. And this is where we needed to have started from. But maybe for the government of Uganda, they saw that it's not viable to invest heavily in storage in Mombasa to bring in or import LPG because we have our own. But let's start preparing for that now. Because tomorrow, if we start producing LPG from midstream activities, which is not far away, where are the storage facilities? If you do not store LPG, you flare it. If you do not consume it, you have to put it somewhere. It either goes to the environment or it has to be burnt for cooking. So for the industrialists, this is an opportunity that you need to look at. It is time for us to begin thinking of converting our boiler systems, our furnaces, to use either LPG or natural gas, which is a cleaner energy. I am aware in this market, and some of you may be shocked, there are some people who are still using coal for energy. And if you go to those environments, it's pathetic. I am very surprised the climate activists have not raised this issue. But there are people who are still using coal in this market. And yet, at one point, we did for them designs that would help them to use LPG for heating or for their production. But because coal is cheaper, it is soil that you transport from a location to your location and burn it. And then dispose of the ash, then the carbon emissions it produces. We all must put our hands on the deck to drive cleaner energy for us to remain sustainable as industries. And for for those who are still using very dirty fuels, I think time is going to come when your industries are no longer sustainable. Customers will begin to shun you. Customers will begin to think you are not being as responsible as expected of you. So LPG for cooking, quick win. Make it accessible, make it cheaper, make it affordable, and educate the customer, educate the public. The public today is very scared of LPG. And I'm very sure a few people in this room left their houses this morning and told the house manager not to switch on that LPG until they come back. Yes. I'm very sure of that. Why? Because they think it is not safe. LPG is safe. We just need to educate the public on how to use it, how to make it safer. And we need to be responsible as marketers of LPG to make sure that we do not overfill the cylinders, we sell the right cylinders, we sell the certified cylinders. Because the worry I have today in this market is the cylinders you find on the streets will not encourage a newcomer or will not encourage conversion from biomass to LPG because the cylinder is already looking pathetic. Anytime it will explode. And those explosion incidents have happened. What are we doing to educate? How are we doing with our regulations? We are working with the ministry on regulations on how to fill LPG and maintain the equipment and all that. But it's long coming. It's taking time. It's taking us long. The Hoima activities are going to produce 100,000 tons in the next 1 or 2 years. We have to build that base. Today, we only consume 32,000 tons annually. We have 70 that we don't know where to put tomorrow. And yet, if I educated each of you on how to use LPG, then we grow those numbers. Our penetration on LPG is 4% for the households in Uganda. 4%. The headroom is too high. 96% is waiting to consume cleaner energy in terms of LPG, in terms of biofuels, in terms of biomass, in terms of electricity. Of course, electricity is the cheapest, the best, the cleanest, but the distribution is the challenge, the cost of distribution. You heard Doctor talk about those people on the hills, on top of the hills. How do we take electricity there? It's a challenge. The quick one is LPG or biofuels. That is what we think about LPG, and that is what we think about clean fuels, and that is our contribution to clean environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the clarion call is very clear. There is still a lot of work that needs to be done in order to ensure penetration of LPG gas in the community so that we're using cleaner energy. You brought up the issue of coal, and not to start a riot, but the argument has always been, give us an alternative. Give us an alternative that is sustainable, an alternative that will give the amount of energy we are looking for to power these industries, and then we'll be able to use it. So I think that is an opportunity for innovation. I want to turn to you, Commissioner, because, you know, like Mr. Ogalo is saying, 4% penetration of LPG gas. The issues, the challenges are very clear, but we know this is one of the solutions. to the whole climate crisis that we are faced with. But I had a statement made recently by a head of state who said, you cannot talk to a poor man about energy transition, about climate change. You cannot talk to a poor man. The first thing you need to be able to deal with is that energy poverty that he has. Then you can come to talking to them about cleaner sources of energy. Now, from where you sit in the Ministry of Water and Environment, responsible for climate change, what is your message to the average Ugandan? The people in the boardroom understand you. They're beginning to have climate risk officers in place and what, but the person on the street, that border rider who seems to be passing on more information than even a television station, my grandmother in the village, what is our climate change message to them?
Thank you so much, moderator. As I said earlier on, our nationally determined contribution embraces a whole of society approach. That means all sectors, everybody has a role to play in combating climate change. And of course, it is the poorest of the poorest that is hit most. If you see what is happening, the landslides, what is happening on these mountainous areas, it is the poorest of the poor that is being affected most. How homes are being washed away, properties are being washed away, schools are being washed away, livelihoods are being washed away, our crops are being washed away. So we really need to bring everybody on board. And the way we can bring the people is also through sensitization, because we need to ensure that the people understand the nexus between climate change and poverty, climate change and maybe migration. We have our population migrating from their customary native land to somewhere else, downstream. And there, their livelihoods have been lost. Their culture is lost. Their integrity is lost. So we really need to ensure that we mobilize the communities, but we also educate them so that they appreciate that climate change is related to what they are going through when it comes to some of these aspects around them. If you look at some of the initiatives we have as government, we have what we call, we want the last mile person to receive as much of the climate financing as possible. Under the ministry, we have the locally led adaptive living facility, where 70% of these resources go to the communities. And the communities are expected to plan for themselves. You first of all educate them, let them understand the nexus. Why should we plan for these actions we are supposed to do? Because they have to appreciate and own these actions so that most of the monies go deep to the communities and we shall have impact. As you know, most of our communities really are rural, and so most of our actions should really come from down there. But also under the National Climate Change Act, we are supposed to come up with climate change action plans for the districts. And these ones include consulting even the local people. So with our national climate change action plans, the lead agencies, for example, if it is an energy action plan, you're supposed to also consult the communities, because eventually whatever initiative you're coming up with should be taken up by the communities. So we really need to ensure that we involve our communities when it comes to planning and designing our climate change actions. If you look at the COP29 theme for this year, it is in solidarity for a green climate, for a green planet. What does that mean? Everybody has a role to play, and we need to come up with actions that will enable us come up with a green planet. I had in earlier presentations people talking about the circular economy. That is where also our communities can benefit. I would also urge upon industries, let us embrace the circular economy, where even the last mile person down there will get something to do along the value chain of your industry. And then this will also help us reduce on the waste we are facing today. You know, waste management is a huge challenge in our country, and the only way we shall be able to tackle this is through having a circular economy. Another issue is that much as we are doing all these efforts within climate change, we have a lot of climate change actions across the sectors. If we do not tap onto circular economy, it is on about 45% of the climate interventions that we are tackling today. So as a country, we really need to embrace a circular economy. The waste management aspects will bring in so much to our communities. I also want to say that Uganda is soon updating its national determined contribution, and we are going to do a national stock take to see how much we have really done with our updated NDC, which we are going to carry out a stock take on. And this will be a basis for us now to up our ambitions. But this time we really want to emphasize that we need the whole of society approach. Annette talked of bringing on board the carbon markets and all that. You know, Uganda is coming up with regulations. And one of the very important ones is the climate change mechanisms, regulations for carbon trade in the country. And you know, this will cut across everybody. We all plant trees, or we have trees in one way or the other. And we should be able to benefit, and our communities in particular. So this regulation is going to also ensure that the asset owner, that farmer who has planted trees, is also going to be treated fairly in a very transparent manner, and is also going to benefit from the carbon trade. So the benefit sharing arrangement is a big emphasis in this trade, and the carbon regulations is going to bring this up very, very clearly. So I call upon all of us that when we are dealing with communities, let's be as fair as possible to our communities, so that they are also part of the solution to our climate change.
Thank you very much. I think the message is very clear, that the last man, every person at whatever level you are at in Uganda, you're part and parcel of the solution, and you have a role to play. Commissioner, you have made a very good point about the regulations surrounding carbon trading in Uganda, and we are really looking forward to that. Yesterday we asked ourselves here, and maybe we can ask again, when did you last plant a tree? Maybe between yesterday and today somebody planted, but I think it's important that we know that that is an opportunity that is to be harnessed. But coming back to Annette, still on the issue of opportunities, where there is a crisis, there is definitely an opportunity for someone. What are the opportunities for business, especially? Talk to us about how businesses can make money out of this whole, climate change story, especially the solutions.
Yeah, of course, I would love to tap into the carbon markets opportunities because currently worldwide this is the low-hanging fruit, but maybe talking a little bit more sectoral about Uganda, where I see opportunities. I was very excited that the last speaker mentioned oil, gas, and mining sector. It's completely true that these sectors will be the future actually for the energy transition, and it needs to be sustainable. And I see a great opportunity for Uganda to tap into those opportunities. Why not to market Uganda as the most sustainable mining location worldwide, and look at the value chain, what these industries are making, how to develop programs to actually support the activity, what we are doing. If we are looking at bamboo planting, as I mentioned earlier, we are a company with bamboo plantations. Yes, we are also looking at the carbon financing, because establishing bamboo plantations is not a low-cost opportunity. It's actually high costs at the beginning. So possibly by developing that kind of solution and scaling it from different regions in Uganda, we could tackle into the climate financing and establish forest cover. Bamboo is native here, and I will tell a little bit about the potential. Worldwide, it has been recognized so much lately. There's a completely new researches regarding the composite materials out of bamboo. If we are looking at oil sector, aviation fuel in the future, you know that you can create biofuel out of bamboo. Great opportunity in upcoming 7 years. Second of all, Uganda is importing a lot of paper. Do you know that you can create amazing value addition for the bamboo and create paper out of it, fabric out of it? In COP last year, I was very happy to joining a lot of discussions regarding activities for the climate action in Uganda and speaking in different events and showcasing actually the bamboo jacket that could possibly be made in Uganda. Why not to add value here? But let's start by tapping into the different solutions. So we need financing to establish plantations. Why not to tackle into the climate financing? And when we are looking at different sectors, then in my personal view, I see 3 sectors which will be as having a superpower of power altogether: smart agriculture, green tech, and of course renewable energy. Those 3 are like Avengers in the world. If we are looking at Uganda, 80% of the land, if I'm not mistaken, is arable. Fantastic opportunity. Why not to look into the local investments through the different sectors? Why not to create carbon insetting projects? So what does the carbon insetting means is that when a company who is acting in a broader value chain is accounting for their emissions, they can also invest their profit into the different activities. For example, plantation establishment of coffee. Why not to get this carbon credit activity certified and offset emissions within their value chain? If something is left, you can trade it in an open market and you will benefit, you will make profit. In that sense, we need to talk about not these bubble words about, carbon markets itself also has a little bit feeling because we have a lot of scandals going on regarding the greenwashing, etc. But let's talk about the things that we understand. Let's talk about agriculture. Let's talk about tree planting. Let's talk about coffee production. If you are looking at some of the sectors where these carbon markets are operating, it's actually goods in the end of the day. What can be value added, what can be traded, and of course, I'm very excited to and I'm also a big fan of benefit sharing. The local communities needs to benefit the most. That's how the economy will thrive, and we need to look at this approach as a bioeconomy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So with the local community benefiting the most, then it's, everybody grows, the country moves forward. As we come towards the end, I have just one last one for you, Mr. Muhumuza. E-mobility requires quite a bit of minerals. We are talking about what has been termed the transitional minerals, and these transitional minerals are necessary for the manufacture of all the initiatives that you're talking about: copper, cobalt, tin, titanium, graphite for the batteries, the rare earths, lithium. And as a country, Uganda, we are rich in these minerals. But these companies that are doing this, in Uganda, the bus, the electric bus, the electric borders are still importing. Yet we have these minerals here. We are not yet at the point for some of them to be able to feed them into the supply chain. What is the plan around that? Because if we domicile a lot of the raw materials, then the economy grows in a holistic way. What do you say about that?
Yes. When you look at the supply chain for the automotive industry, the raw material processing accounts for 10 to 30% of value of the cost of production. Now that's critical because we need to see how we harness value at every value point and not just look at the final production or final assembly of these vehicles. There's a concept of the smile curve where in the previous century, this curve was really flat. There was equal value right from R&D all the way to market. But now that curve dipped, and most of the value is in R&D and on the market side. And the least value is actually on production. And it's no wonder that companies like Apple are outsourcing the production to where they can find it the cheapest. And most of the value is being harnessed in the R&D, in the design, and then positioning some of these as luxury products and being able to charge 100% gross profit. Now, it's important to see how we can, especially on the minerals, how do we tap into the minerals right from value addition in terms of beneficiation all the way through to high-value products. We have, in the past, been predominantly exporting these in their raw form, even without any value addition whatsoever. There's a time we're doing a study and we went to Muko towards Kisoro, where there's a whole deposit of iron ore, and a truck of iron ore, raw iron ore, was costing less than a truck of cabbage. Oh yeah. And now government we have set a policy on banning of the export of these raw materials, and actively working towards how can we actually add value to these raw materials, right from the technology to do so, all the way to the finished product. And at the Science, Technology, and Innovation Secretariat, we're actually funding research, especially when it comes to the lithium-ion battery. How can we leverage the graphite we have discovered in Kitgum, the cobalt we have in abundance in the West, the lithium, the graphite, as well as the copper and iron, to be able to actually work towards high-value inputs for battery production. But looking at the vehicle, a vehicle has, like the bus, has over 70,000 unique, 70,000 parts and components. There's a lot of value in the parts manufacturing. 15% of value is on the final assembly. 85% is with the parts manufacturers. And that's where the real money is. And we have been intentional as well on how do we ensure that we deepen value addition on the final product, targeting 65% local content. And government is working towards establishing an automotive industry and technology park. We've already acquired 2 square miles of land and done the feasibility study and a business plan, as well as a master plan of the same. And we're working towards equipping this and attracting parts manufacturers to set up shop here. We already have people making brake pads. We have people making filters, oil filters and air filters. We have people making glass. We have people making tires. We have people making wire harnesses. And we have people making batteries, but mainly from importing materials. Now we're working towards seeing how even those, because these are tier 1 to tier 1 suppliers, how can we have the value addition going all the way to the natural resources, to the minerals. And that's a very intentional conversation we are having, and we are funding research in that direction. We are working towards having technology transfer as well in areas where it will take us a bit of time to realize these investments. And we are very confident that we can realize our 65% local content, leveraging our natural resources.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to note that, and that's very good information, that as a country, we are looking in the direction of making sure that the parts and the components of the e-mobility industry are sourced locally. As a matter of fact, next week, beginning on Tuesday, the 1st and the 2nd, we'll be having discussions at a Critical Minerals Conference. that will be at the Kampala Serena, where the discussions are around what critical minerals do we have as a country and what do we need to do to make sure that the value chains for those critical minerals are enhanced. We are not exporting truckloads of iron ore at nominal prices. We are adding value here. We're doing the beneficiation in country, adding value and utilizing the iron and the steel from our very own deposits. So please plan to be at that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. I want you to join me in giving a very big hand clap to our panelists who have done a fabulous job on talking through the issues. I will request them to just come to the front and take a group picture just as we close and we introduce the next session. While they do that, while our panelists take the picture, allow me to invite to the stage Mr. Temitop Solanke, the Managing Director of Pontem Analytics, who is going to take us through tackling energy poverty. Okay, tackling energy poverty. While the picture gets done, he will come and take us through that. You don't want to miss it. And we have 2 short sessions after that. We should be closing, but thank you so much for being part and parcel of today's discussion. Welcome with me, Mr. Temitop Solanke, Managing Director, Pontem Analytics, as he comes. Give him a hand while he comes to the stage.
The representatives of the Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Uganda, the leaders of government ministries and government agencies, the industry leaders present here today, the organizers of this event, distinguished guests watching us live on NBS, and those watching us on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to start by appreciating the organizers of this event, because let's face it, this is the right time to speak about the theme we're here to talk about: building an industrial landscape focused on innovation, technology, job creation for economic growth, and environmental conservatism. And before I start, I would like to commend the great work by the President of Uganda, his leadership in addressing the critical topic of energy poverty, and at the same time moving forward the discussion on the topic of sustainability. It's all tied in together, and it's quite important for this particular period. My name is Temitop Solanke, and I am the Managing Director of Pontem Analytics for Africa and the Middle East. And I'm here to talk about a topic that is very, very passionate to me, and it's tackling energy poverty as a catalyst for industrialization and socio-economic growth. And I'll start by introducing myself so you have a bit of context about what I'm about to talk about today. So over 4 decades ago, I was born in a city called Lagos in Nigeria. Growing up, I experienced epileptic power supply, which means having power today, and at night when you're about to read or do your studies, there is no electricity. And by the time it's morning time, when electricity comes back, there is this slogan we all shout in Nigeria, "Up NEPA." And what NEPA means is Nigerian Electricity Power Authority then. So anytime light comes, everyone screams, "Up NEPA." That's like, almost like a miracle has happened. But should it be so? Having experienced that for decades and working in the Western Hemisphere for about 20 years in the oil and gas industry, the energy industry per se, I've been able to understand that it should not be so. The reality of energy poverty is a little bit more important than we all think. So permit me, I might have some thought-provoking comments that will make us sort of introspect and think about what we should do. Because let's face it, the energy poverty is not just the daily struggles that we experience in Africa. The International Energy Agency says that 600 million Africans, I repeat, 600 million Africans do not have access to electricity. That is about 40% of the total population of Africa. That is sad, and it is unacceptable. It is unacceptable, and this is not just statistics. This is not just what you read and read numbers. What this means in reality is, it means that woman who's trying to take care of her kids, who has cooked a meal for them, but cannot refrigerate that meal for the kids. What this means, it means that little boy who's studying in school, who needs to study at night, but there is no electricity, and he has to come up and start burning candles to be able to be a part of the educational system. This grim reality touches on even the rural hospitals who are not able to do what they're meant to do in terms of healthcare. This is a stark reality, and it should not be so in a continent of over 1 billion people. How 600 million people cannot have access to electricity is still beyond me today. And let's now even go further to talk about the industries. The industries should be leading economic growth. But how can they do so when they are stifled by the lack of energy? Well, they don't have access to power. I heard from the professor yesterday and some of the panelists today. They talked about the fact that they're still handing over hoes and cutlasses to farmers. In this day and age, when the Western people have gone from Industrial Revolution 1 to Industrial Revolution 2 to Industrial Revolution 3, and right now we're talking about Industrial Revolution 4. And we're, even 5. And we're still here using hoes and cutlasses for our agriculture in a country or continent where we have fertile, good expanse of arable land. That is not meant to be so. And I'm like it to, and I say that it is our time right now to industrialize. And there's so many things that really trouble me about how we have climate advocates on the West advising Africa to continue to be poor. I believe that achieving net zero is not net emissions. I believe there is a balancing act. You can emit, but at the same time be responsible about it. Go with sustainable solutions, and at the same time plant trees and do other activities that would help balance the effects. So that's why it's called net. So I don't want people to think net zero means you cannot emit. And for people who have been through their industrial revolution based on very, very dirty energy, to tell us when we're still experiencing poverty that we cannot access what we have underneath our ground, I think it's slightly hypocritical. And I challenge them, because what I'll tell you is this: energy poverty is poverty. Let's forget about the prefix. Energy poverty is poverty. There is no nation on earth that has moved from poverty to prosperity without energy. United States of America, we talk about today as the richest country, they needed energy, and over 100 years they became a superpower because they were able to use energy to access the right things, to build their industries. They were able to use energy to help their healthcare system, to become the #1 healthcare nation on earth. So as far as I'm concerned, we need to be introspective. We need to think about what we can do to industrialize, because it is only when people are prosperous that they can buy renewable energy. Even in Europe, buying energy from windmills is expensive. And the windmills we're talking about are made of steel. Who knows the process of making steel here? The amount of CO2 emissions that goes into that process of making steel People should look at things from the root cause and not just listen to what we're told on TV. This oil and gas that we're talking about, there are so many byproducts that are involved. It's like a building block for so many products. Clothing's made out of oil and gas. You have most of your electronic components made out of oil and gas. So let us not turn the energy industry into an enemy. Oil and gas companies are not your enemy at all. There are other ways we can use to move that energy need. And also, I would also like to talk about the debts associated with the effects of climate change and the debts associated with the lack of energy access. What we hear is climate change is very dangerous for us. I agree. I am for addressing climate change. Everything that has been said on all the panels here, I fully support. But we need to put things in context. The debts associated with the lack of energy access in Africa trumps that of the effect of climate change. Except people don't care about the lives of Africans. If you care about the lives of Africans, you understand that Africans need to live. And when a lot of international organizations are lending Africa money based on the condition of you're not allowed to produce your energy resources if you want to get this loan from us, that is transitioning from energy poverty to more energy poverty. So everyone needs to know where to start with their energy transition. And like the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development said last year at a conference where I was also a speaker at the Uganda International Oil and Gas Summit here in Kampala, she said in a moment of candor that everyone is going to get to their own point of transition at different points. United States, the West, have gotten to a point whereby they don't need to worry about energy. Energy is not their worry. It's about how to utilize that energy that is their worry. In Africa, looking at things like LPG, right now you now have oil and gas in this country, and hopefully very soon you'll soon start producing LPG. LPG is our own energy transition. It is great for us because I would rather have families in rural areas using LPG than using charcoal. That is better. That is our own stride now. Let everyone start at their level. I won't spend too much time on energy poverty now. I want to go into some of the things that are happening now. And I believe that Uganda has actually made very good strides. One, you have Total Energy's Tilenga project, which is to produce about 150,000 barrels of oil. You have CNOOC, that's the Chinese national company, developing the Kingfisher field, which is about 50,000 barrels of oil. And you have ECOP, that is the East African Crude Oil Pipeline. And I dare to say that ECOP is a miracle in Africa. I would quote something from one of the most important or popular playwrights in Africa, Chinua Achebe. He said this, he said, until a lion tells his own side of the story, the tale of the hunt only glorifies the hunter. I'm not going to sit here in Africa and have people in the West tell me about the ECOP project. Because let's face it, ECOP project is a miracle. When they fly the private jets to come and advocate against the development of the ECOP project, I don't think that plane is fueled by water. I don't think that plane is fueled by wind. Neither is it fueled by solar. It is fueled by fossil fuels. So when they call ECOP a project that destroys Africa, I say ECOP is a miracle to the East African corridor. When they say that ECOP is a project that is going to destroy our planet, I tell them ECOP is a project that provides 12,000 direct and indirect jobs that puts food on people's table. When they say ECOP is going to avoid or take us away from our net zero goals, I tell them, wait a minute, ECOP is a project that is carbon neutral. ECOP is carbon neutral. I'll talk a little bit about oil and gas now. So the pipeline from Oima to Tanga, because of the kind of fluid you have in it, it's a waxy fluid, which means that at a particular temperature, wax crystals they start to precipitate out of the solution. And after a while, if the temperature goes down, there's something called gelation that happens in the pipeline. That means that all this particles starts to gel together and they do not move properly. So that's the reason why that pipeline has invested in heat tracing systems so that it can keep the temperature way above 50 degrees Celsius. And let me tell you what ECOP has done. ECOP has used renewable energy to power that pipeline. And you also, and for the remaining part, they've also planted trees to offset any kind of emission. So that is carbon neutral. So I want us to look at that and understand that Uganda is doing something right. Uganda is actually doing something right. And I hope they continue to do that, because these transformative initiatives is creating jobs, and it's really benefiting the economy, producing jobs. That is extremely important. And another thing I want to say is this, right, in terms of industrialization, is that there are opportunities for industrialization that will come up as a result of energy access. The establishment of new industries, creation of small-sized business, SMEs, those come as a result of energy access. And I will tell you what industrialization does. If you have energy access and you can industrialize, it leads to value addition. Because we as a continent, we need to move from reliance of raw materials, exporting them, and to creating value-added products. And I'm going to talk about this because this is what really gets me worked up at night. The fact that we are exporting raw materials for cheap, and we import them back when it's refined for so much money. What that means is this: we have to take our local currency, Ugandan shillings, Naira, Rwandan franc. We now have to buy dollars for us to purchase those items. I'm going to tell you this, and this is a call to action. Africa, let's take action. I want you all to repeat with me. Africa, let's take action. And you're going to join me in this as I move through this journey. Africa, let's take action. Because look at it. We produce crude oil. We have it under our ground. We'll sell it out. And we then buy with dollars refined products like petrol, diesel, kerosene. Africa, cocoa. We have good arable land here. We plant cocoa, we sell it for cheap, and we then import chocolate. Africa, tea herbs. We have tea herbs here. We sell it, and some people bag it and bring it back to us, and we buy. Africa, we look at wheat. We have wheat. We produce wheat in this continent. So much wheat. And yet, we buy cereals from abroad. Africa, we've got to take action. The same thing goes to groundnut. We sell groundnuts, we bring peanut butter in. We need to take action. And lastly, the gentleman that talked about iron ore, about the fact that iron ore, a truckload of iron ore is cheaper than a truckload of cabbage. And yet, we sell that cheap, and we then buy steel back. That doesn't make sense. Africa, let us take action. And if you then look at the fact that in this country in particular, I believe that there's no country in Africa that can compete with Uganda in terms of the fertility of your soil. God gave you that soil. It's a blessing to Uganda. Anything that comes out of that soil is good and sweet. I tell people, if you cook anything from the soil of Uganda, you don't even need to put salt because God has put sweetness in it. No, that is the truth. That is how I see Uganda. And I'll tell you this. Why do we then import rice? The Minister of State for Finance said this yesterday. Why do we import rice? Why do we import pineapple when we have soil as great as this? We have 35 minerals, solid minerals, literally beneath our ground. We have no business being poor. We have no business. God has given us everything we want. And I'm now going to talk about the most important part, which I think I would then bring things back to a little bit more. I've stopped talking about energy poverty now. But my advice for Africa's path forward is an all-inclusive, all-of-the-above energy solution. I am for renewable. Don't make my initial statements look like I don't support you renewable. I am 100% for renewable energy, but I understand that in tackling energy poverty and industrialization, we need to look at everything. We need to look at waste to energy. The lady in charge of waste management said it today. Waste is important. There is waste to energy. I'll tell you, Palm Beach County in Florida, they have a waste to energy project that powers 44,000 homes in Florida. We can have the same here. We can still produce our oil and gas reserves here. They are there for us. Those are the things we need to actually help us. So let the West focus on clean energy. Let the West focus on clean energy, and let us be pragmatic in our approach. Before I get to the last part, as we embrace fossil fuels, we also need to understand that sustainability is key. We need to understand how we can improve on our emissions. And I believe that what you cannot measure, you cannot improve. So we need to have digitalization as a key to our sustainability and our industrialization. I believe that we can measure all our emissions. If you use digitalization data, you can measure it. Scope 1 emissions, those are the direct emissions that come out of your company's operations. Scope 2 emissions, those are the indirect emissions that come from purchase of energy. Scope 3 emissions, those are the other indirect ones that are sort of part of the value chain or the supply chain. Those are more difficult to measure, and that's why you probably need digitalization in your supply chain, so you can actually measure those things. When you measure them, it becomes easy for you to then optimize them and reduce them. The same thing in terms of your industrialization. The cost of doing business or producing things in Africa is quite high. It's higher than it should be because there's a lot of wastage. And that's where digitalization comes in. There are loads of use cases you can use to actually reduce your energy. Someone talked about water wastage yesterday, and they think, oh, there's a lot of water, but nobody's talking about how to clean that water afterwards. That's a cost. We need to look at all those things. So right now, I just want to close to let you understand that you need energy to be part of the industrial revolution. If you take a picture or take a look at the picture of the Earth from the space station, you will see the dark patches across a particular area called Africa. Those dark patches do not just represent the absence of light. It represents the absence of Africa from the industrial revolution. We are behind. So I say this. Addressing this is not just an energy or policy goal. It is a moral imperative. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mr. Temi Tope. We're just about to break off for the news at 1, but would like you all to fix your eyes on the screens for 2 videos, one from Nexus Green and the other one from Tembo Steel. Thank you.
Nexus Green is an engineering, procurement, construction, finance, providing innovative energy solutions to power and finance a variety of systems. Our services range from extensive feasibility studies, which entail the scope, assessment of customer requirements, technical design, financing, and construction, among others. Nexus Green Limited has a strong focus on customer service and aftercare, making sure that every single person that we deal with is completely satisfied. We offer consultancy in developing and implementing robust environmental and social management systems and developing cleaner production strategies that utilize the 5 R's of waste management. Among our portfolio of works includes Nexus Green undertook a project under the Ministry of Water and Environment to design, supply and installation of up to 687 solar irrigation systems across Uganda in Phase 1 and over 700 sites in Phase 2. Nexus Green constructed a 516 kilowatt peak solar plant at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds that produces electrical power to run the local roads. In Akasongola, Nexus Green is also currently developing a 30 megawatt grid-connected PV solar plant for the Uganda government. The project shall generate an approximate 44 gigawatt hour per year and offset 52,000 carbon dioxide emissions annually. Nexus Green's target market is the commercial and industry private sector and currently has a portfolio of over 20 multinational and local companies with a cumulative array in the megawatt range. Because of internal and external demand, Nexus Green is establishing a solar panel manufacturing plant under a turnkey arrangement in Kampala, Uganda. This will be the first PV module manufacturer in East Africa with intended market in East Africa and Central Africa in order to achieve a greener, smarter world. Nexus Green, everything solar. Next.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Estella, and I will be taking over from the wonderful, phenomenal Humphrey Asimwe. As you all have seen, he has been a commendable master of ceremonies. So, just before we move into our second session of this afternoon, I would like to thank Mr. Temitope for that wonderful presentation. It was very mind-provoking. 600 million Africans in sub-Saharan Africa lack electricity. That is more than half of the population. What a statistic. Africa, in Mr. Temi's, can I call you Temi? Mr. Temitope's words, Africa, let's do what? Let's take action. So, ladies and gentlemen, on to our next presentation for this evening. I'm going to call up Miss Eunice Gachugu. Sorry, Eunice, if I did not do your name justice. But ladies and gentlemen, Eunice is on her way to give us a little bit of lessons on branding in sustainability. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Eunice, who is the talent director from Saladin, Uganda.
Thank you so much, Estella, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I'm very happy to be speaking at this conference. When I was given the topic about empowering brands, to drive this sustainability movement, I was so excited because we have a solution for all the corporates and all the organizations that are doing sustainable business in this market and across the world. In the mid-1950s, there was an American marketing psychologist who said, if you do business without advertising, it's like winking at a girl in the dark. Only you know what you're doing. Nobody else does. So I'm here to tell you, guys, don't wink at us in the dark. Please do it in the light. And I'm also here to tell you, businesses that are engaging in sustainability business, please let your customers know what you're doing. Yeah? So just a bit of introduction of Celadine. We are a Ugandan media agency, but we are part of a global media agency or group. We operate as part of the OMD and OMG network that operates within 100 countries worldwide. But we also have very good representation in East Africa. That means we have our partner offices in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda within the region. So whatever practices that we are employing here in Uganda, we are able to replicate in the regional market. So our mission is to help businesses grow and engage their audiences and achieve their marketing goals. And especially when it's regarding ESG efforts, we help our clients navigate this complex ESG landscape. And we help them to develop impactful strategies and identify opportunities for sustainable marketing initiatives and be able to communicate their ESG initiatives in an authentic manner to their markets. Yeah. So we are a 360-degree full media agency covering from development of communication strategies, marketing strategies, creative and design, digital channels, deployment, as well as public relations. So whatever solutions we bring, we cover all your entire marketing needs. So we support sustainable brands, both locally, regionally, and globally. I will not go through too much detail on that. And what makes us very different? Boundary-breaking creativity is in the heart of everything that we do. We will not just recycle ideas for you. We will think specifically about where you are, what your capabilities are, and we will come up with solutions that are suited to you, your brands, and your market. We understand and are always targeting to connect with people, and that is what drives everything that we do. And someone talked about data yesterday. There's need for data management. On our end, we do not make decisions which are not driven or provided insights by data. So data is actually what informs all our decisions that we propose to our clients. And of course, we always look towards developing outcome-based solutions because we leverage technology, data, and analytics to make sure that we deliver marketing that suits your audience. So what role does marketing have in driving sustainability? It's becoming quite clear now that ESG is not just a conversation to be had by corporates or industries. It's something that we're also having to tackle within marketing because we have had some studies within our area, and we have been able to identify that some of the paid media that we recommend actually contribute to carbon emissions. So this has called for us to think, how can we reduce carbon emissions in media planning, media strategy, and media execution? Next. So it's very important that we know that there's a certain level of knowledge that our market has around ESG efforts that our corporate clients are doing. And there was a study that was done by the Ipsos last year, I think April last year, and it brought out the fact that very few people know about the ESG solutions or the ESG efforts that corporates are giving. Next. So very few people know what corporates are doing in the space of environmental protection. Very few people know what corporates are doing in terms of social protection. And very few people know what corporates are doing in terms of governance as regards sustainability. So for us, we have solutions that are able to map this for you, and we're able to provide the knowledge or the capacity for corporates to communicate this. Next. So in the same study that Ipsos made, we identified that 64% of people actually want to buy brands they know are acting responsibly. I hope that came through. 64% of the market wants to buy products that they know are acting responsibly. So here is the issue. Few people know what us corporates are doing, yet they're interested in products that are actually acting responsibly. So it's very important for corporates, industries, organizations, the government, to know that your market, your audience, your customers are looking out for you, and they are willing to invest in your products if they know that you are involved in ESG efforts. So any company that stands up and intentionally tackles these issues, you are already, or you're going to be ahead of the curve, because the customers are going to buy into your products. Okay? So for us, we've come across a lot of demand, either from our clients and also from their competition, that it's very important that they want to start communicating what they're doing in their sustainability field. So it's also very key that we know that the ESG efforts are directly related to your brand equity. What the customer feels about your brand, whether the customer wants to engage with your brand, that is directly related to whether you're involved in ESG efforts or sustainability efforts or not. And like I've said, 64% of our market is looking for those products that are intentionally tackling these issues. So as a result of this study and the requests and calls by the various clients, we at OMG have developed a solution called OMG Momentum. It's an industry first. I think from a marketing perspective, I don't think we do have such a toolkit anywhere else, but it's a comprehensive suite of solutions. The media planners, to support and advance our clients' sustainability agenda and ambitions, as well as meet their business key performance indicators. So we found it to be that sweet spot that we are able to outline what the brand purpose is versus what the consumer. So when we look at the different aspects of ESG, we've come up with specific toolkits and platforms and solutions. For example, when it comes to environmental efforts, we do have a carbon calculator that will actually calculate or quantify the carbon that's generated during the various media planning process that we go through. When it comes to the social aspect of it, we have a tool that we actually work within a council of accountable and social advertising, which guides us and makes sure that whatever strategies that we're proposing to our client are strategies that are geared towards reducing the carbon emissions in whatever we do. And also for social, the kind of suppliers or creators that we work with are people that we ensure that we embrace people from the different diverse backgrounds. So it doesn't matter to us whether you're a man or a woman, what race you come from, which nationality, what creed, what you believe in. We will embrace you as you are, and we embrace the differences that we all see in the different human workforce that we have. So, of my introduction video, I think some of us saw it yesterday, but I would like to play it again today.
We know our world is changing. The demand for support around sustainability and DE&I planning has only intensified. And so we've been adapting, growing, forging a way forward. We have created a single global solution to satisfy our clients' ESG ambitions across people, platform, and process. OMG Momentum is an end-to-end solution that operationalizes environmental, social, and governance-driven investment. Powered by Omni, OMG Momentum includes a global shared knowledge database, private sustainability and DE&I marketplaces, and customized tools for planning and optimization. Two critical components of our ESG solution are the Momentum Carbon Calculator, a tool that quantifies the carbon generated through each omni-channel planning scenario, and an ROI and CO2 simulation tool that can perform ROI optimizations with different media budgets based on either ROI reduction at minimum CO2 or CO2 reduction at maximum ROI. Deploying the OMG Momentum suite of solutions, planners can deliver media strategies that support and advance client sustainability and DE&I ambitions, as well as their media and business KPIs. With our clients, their consumers, and our colleagues, we will build a future as strong as our beliefs, as transformative as our strength. OMG Momentum, forging a way forward.
So that is our solution. It's a global solution, but it is being applied locally as well. Next. So just as a bit of some of the activities that we do. So we are able to position market analysis and in-depth impact assessment reports that we are able to deploy for all our customers. We integrate ESG values in all our marketing efforts, and we establish partnerships. So we do have corporate bodies that we are able to bring together for a good cause. And maybe you will see that in one of the final videos that we do have. And then, of course, help you in terms of communicating your ESG efforts, in terms of the reporting, whether it's a baseline survey, monitoring, as well as impact assessment reports. That is a solution that we're able to provide to you. So just as an example of a brand that we have worked with, maybe I will not show the video, but I will talk through it. We have worked with OMO, and we were able to bring OMO together with the KCCA team during the International Women's Day. And we helped them to meet the people who work to clean this Kampala city, and they were able to give them, equip them with gloves, materials that they use to protect themselves as they do the work. And that is, I think I will not go through the video, but yeah. I think we have, my time is up, but that was my last showcase. So welcome, let's have a chat. Like I've shown you, yes, we are ready for marketing, and we are ready to communicate your ESG efforts to your audience, and we trust that it will help your brand equity grow. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Eunice and Saladin, Uganda. You heard it first here, gentlemen. Do not wink at the ladies with the lights off. Ladies and gentlemen, in the event that some ladies were not feeling included. So, next on our agenda, we have this interesting topic that discusses East Africa's untapped potential. And ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome the Projects and Programs Director at the Private Sector Foundation. She's my friend. I would like to call up Miss Damali Sali, and she's going to take us through this session. And there's a panel discussion. So, Damali, you are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Damali.
Sorry, I'm a short one, so I need to adjust this. But good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a session which is going to discuss private sector partnerships, and it will unpack the untapped potential of the region when it comes to investment opportunities. The panel will expand on how we can get the region to tap into financing so that we can catalyze jobs and industrialization. It will also talk about how we need or assess the current policy provisions that are in place and if they are in fact enhancing the industrialization of the EAC. And then it will also unpack on identifying the key partners that are needed to drive regional integration and industrialization. On this panel, we are going to have a well-informed panel made up of Mr. William Kizito, who is the chairman of Multilines International. So please join me in welcoming Mr. William Kizito onto the stage. We are also going to have Mr. Agria Shaba, who is the chairman of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, but he is also a member of the board at the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and he represents the energy sector. Ms. Agri, you're very welcome. Lastly, we are going to have, but not least, we're having Dr. Julius Biaruhanga, who is the Director for Policy and Research at PSFU, and he's joining the panel. Thank you. So to start off with, I think, gentlemen, I haven't done a good job at introducing you, so I'm going to give you a chance, 1 minute, to self-introduce, and then we'll get into it. Starting with Dr. Julius Biaruhanga.
I think I'm not more than what you just mentioned. I'm Julius Biaruhanga, Director, Policy and Advocacy at PSFU. Thank you.
Ashawa Agre is my name. I am the chair for the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. and as Damali highlighted, also a board member at the Private Sector Foundation, representing the energy and extractive sector.
William, I don't know, you got the word?
Yes.
William Chizito is my name, and I'm the chairman, board of directors for Mountlines International, one of the regional logistics firms that we have.
Right, thank you, gentlemen. So maybe I'll start off with you, Julius. How could we address the barriers that are facing regional economic integration?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Damari, for that question. I think from the conversations we had yesterday, we, in a way, tried to address this question. So I will try to summarize it in just 3 points. Number one is to build to what my brother, I suspect from Nigeria, spoke about, which is speaking as one voice, as a region, and highlighting, of course, the fact that the idea around Africa Continental Free Trade Area zeroes down to leveraging the regional economic blocks that existed in Africa. But even within those regional economic blocks, we've in many ways than one failed to speak as one voice. But for purposes of what we do as bodies that support private sector growth, for instance, within the region headed by the East African Business Council, but also with organizations like Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, KEPSA, PSFU, we need to have one voice in terms of what information, what policy options are we giving our leaders at the ESC level. Secondly, one of the key things that was highlighted relates so much to standards harmonization. I would want each one of us to imagine of a situation where African products had one standard and there is that brand made in Africa, or let's say made in East Africa, and we are not treating each other as largely competitors but partners in terms of standards. Then these nitty-gritties of UN-based has tested products and the other countries rejecting the products tested by UN-based, which is really one of the major NTBs we've had in the region, won't be there. So as I end, I want that as the private sector, whether in Uganda or across the region or in Africa, we need to work with each other as partners and treat each other as such, as opposed to looking at each other as competitors, because we have the market. We can support our industries with our own raw materials, but also be able to negotiate as a region, be able to negotiate as a continent with other economic partners in the global north, in Asia and others. Thank you.
Right, Julius, thank you so much, and I'm glad that you have alluded to the private sector. And so my next question is going to move on to Agri. Agri, how could we leverage the private sector to harmonize cross-border commerce and sustainable industrial growth?
Thank you, Damali. So it's quite a huge animal, but I think what I would first speak about would be private sector usually follows opportunity, and they will always take the least path of resistance in terms of how they make the choices where they need to put the money. However, what I think Africa and in the region and generally across the African landscape, we have one big challenge which needs to be tackled. Is that we have let politics dominate the conversation of the day and somehow put business or the economy on the back pedal. And I think for me, besides what Julius has alluded to or highlighted and the things that have been discussed and the things that are continuing to be discussed, and we know there are efforts that have been done towards the East African integration, customs policy, political introduction, and all these other things that are being discussed on that side. But I think the first foundation stone for private sector to be able to leverage the advantages is that we need to get people to think business more than politics. The challenge we have in the day is that for the failures of our leadership to provide opportunities for private sector to thrive, they blame it on politics. And whereas what would be, in my view, good politics is if you're giving private sector an opportunity to do the things that they can do well. How then can private sector be able to support each other? And I'll give a couple of examples just to highlight the fundamental responsibility that leadership has in making sure that private sector can be able to thrive at a state level, but also within the region. A flight from Entebbe to Nairobi is about $400. A flight from Entebbe to South Africa is almost about $400. A flight from Entebbe to Dar es Salaam is almost the same, about $400. A flight from Entebbe to Dubai is about $500. One is 5 hours, another one is 4 hours, the other one is 45 minutes, the other one is 1 hour and a half. And what is the challenge? The challenge is that if you look at, say, the ticket to Nairobi, probably about $150 is just in tax. Now, because we are thinking inward as countries, and this is what I was talking about the political side, is that it would be easier for us as a region, not every single country to have an airline to compete against each other. We should be working towards more collaboration and allowing private sector to get an opportunity to support each other. So assuming East African region had one airline, I believe that the movement of people across the different areas would be much quicker and much swifter. And I'll give another example. There's a company in Europe called EADS. EADS owns about 80% of Airbus, and they do a few other things in the defense sector. And that company is really an aggregation of, I think, Germany, Spain, France, and a few other European countries. So they got to a point where they realized that competition amongst themselves was not going to give them the advantages that they require. So they ended up aggregating all the advantages and formed one company, and they have managed to scale at a speed that they would never do as individual countries. So for me, is that for private sector to thrive, the fundamentals on leadership must be able to be addressed. However, also speaking with the context under which we operate, I think that we should be able to allow two issues that would allow private sector to thrive. One is the ability for people to move across countries. Because there's no reason for me, if I need to go, say, to Ivory Coast, or if I need to go to Nigeria, or if I need to go to Cameroon, to wait for a note verbal, which is going to take 1 month, for me to be able to take a flight there. And yet, even the route that takes me to any of these countries, for example, if you're going to North Africa, you have to detour via Dubai and then go to Morocco. This is about 13 hours. Opening up borders is very important, because when you have free movement of people, then it becomes easier for businesses to thrive. So one, open skies is very important, but also two, the ability for people to be able to move without hindrances amongst the countries. Because there's no point for me in going into Kenya, I need a visa, it's going to give me 30 days, and you expect me to make an investment decision. If we are moving freely across the different countries, it becomes easy for us to be able to support each other. However, having spoken of that, I also think that there are a lot of collaborations that can be done with private sector. And I'll give another example in the mining side. So in Uganda, we have now a tin processing company called Woodcross, which is close to the Tanzanian border. They have invested, they have supported, and they are being able to add value to tin. Now, we wouldn't expect another tin factory to open up on the other side of the Kenyan side, because then you're creating competition for the market. So technically what would happen in this space would be that if we already had someone who has a more competitive advantage, then we would be able to agree with those who would want, and they come and invest in this particular mine, provide the resources, provide the capital for it to be able to scale. Because 0% of 100 is nothing, but 1% of 10 is something. I submit.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Agree, and highlighting that point about politics vis-a-vis economics. And indeed, if you look on our, or maybe I only speak for Uganda, if you look on our TV stations, it's either politics and sports, rarely economics. So I'm glad that that point has been highlighted. And the point about open skies, if you look at the rate of integration in Europe, in the European Union, is the flights in the European Union are so easy. So the free movement of people, free movement of goods and services enhances that integration. But moving on to William, and further maybe extending the question from Agri, is that how can the ESC tap into the opportunities that are presented, or the potential opportunities that are presented in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area?
Okay, thank you. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area is a very broad dynamic, and I would suggest that if you allow me, we challenge ourselves on finding out some of the key facts, okay? This was initially formed to address, by just a couple of states, to address business on a trial basis, focusing on meat products, dairy, sugar, and grain. Where we are today, you're looking at 54 countries subscribing as signatories to the free trade area. Now, what does 54 countries mean for us as East Africa? It means there has to be something that each of us can sell to this member, to these signatories. There has to be something, whether it's a service or a good, so from tourism to manufactured products to processed products to repackaged products to services that are very unique to East Africa, like culture. We have a very broad culture, by the way. We have an opportunity to sell it to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. However, it's also going to be very important that we understand the protocols under the Free Trade Area. The minds behind this initiative focused mainly on business, communication, financial services, transport, and tourism. Now, when they meant business, they're talking about industry, they're talking about trade. So we have an opportunity in there to jump on it. This conference has mainly highlighted, and I like my friend from Nigeria, who really expounded on the fact that, guys, we have something to sell. Before we can talk about running away from some things, we also want to scale fast, isn't it? As East Africa. Let's call East Africa a nation. So we have industrial products that we have put out there, and it's one of the protocols of the Free Continental Trade Area. You have communication, telco. Telco is going to play a very pivotal role in the scaling of this initiative. So East Africa has an opportunity to tap into it. Now, going back to Agri, Uganda is just 45 minutes away from Kenya by air. Probably about the same time to Rwanda, about an hour to Dar es Salaam. If you want to appreciate that we still have a crisis, just look at our telco infrastructure. As soon as you cross the border, it takes you about an hour, if you're lucky, to integrate the home telco service that we've been using into the next nation. Telco alone is still a challenge, and yet it's one of the key protocols of the trade area. Now, financial. How many of us at this conference can comfortably move money from one country to another? I haven't tried West Africa, but you could imagine the headache it comes with. If I'm banked by an African brand, how is it possible that it's a challenge for me to move money? Now, we are lucky that some of the banks have become regional. You have a couple of banks, I don't want to mention them here, but they have footprint in East Africa, South Africa, and West Africa. Even with that, you might be flagging a card showing a specific brand, but it's not necessarily true that you'll access your banking services within the 54 member countries of the free trade zone. So we have an opportunity in there. Now, transport, that's a major crisis, whether it's water, air, or road, and rail. We don't have an East African railway, if I could remember. There's a semblance of something close to that. There's standard gauge, stopping somewhere. TZ have tried to come up with something. Okay, Uganda, I think we're also daring to do something. But the fact that I don't have a railway taking me from Uganda to Sudan, to DRC, to Central African Republic, I cannot talk about some opportunities yet. I want to explore Equatorial Guinea. I want to explore Nigeria. But even within Nigeria, the Chinese are just trying to dare support them to move from Lagos to a couple of states by rail, isn't it? So it means as East Africa, what we are seeing as challenges should quickly become opportunities for us. Quickly. Let's stop crying. I think there's an opportunity for us to create something, isn't it? Now, some of the key things that we need to also note that where is the money being thrown under the Continental Free Trade Area? A couple of development funders are starting to invest heavily in these spaces, and East Africa has an opportunity to jump on them. Recently, there was an intra-Africa trade fair where AfriExim committed close to $1 billion just for the free trade zone and the free trade area initiative. Now, East Africa is our go-to destination, to the point that AfriExim have put their office in Kigali just to drive impact development. They are intentional about this, but then if they have thrown the bait to us, how much are we willing to bite? So the office is within 45 minutes by air, a couple of hours by road. Have we bombarded that office and told them the $1 billion is a joke? There's a very high chance we have not asked for that money, isn't it? So if you ask me about how we can leverage as East Africa on what this free trade area comes with, there are two things we have to do, and we have to do them now. Guys, let's be intentional about innovation. We've been on the back end. We like to create things. Let's be basic. Sometimes we don't have to over-create something. Tailor something to what can be identified as East African. We need to quickly fix our infrastructure at all fronts, whether it's road, air, water, telco, anything regarding infrastructure, we quickly have to jump on it. But above all, guys, the quality of service. Quality of service is something we all take for granted, whether it's in industry or it's in the way we do business. So East Africa, we have an opportunity to jump on a very wide market of close to $96 billion in the free trade area. But the only way we shall jump to it is if we quickly tailor our mindset to the opportunities that come with it.
Okay, thank you so much, William, and for highlighting those major points or gaps that we have that can be turned into opportunities to tap into the ACFTA or the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, particularly looking at telecoms, financial services, transport infrastructure, and of course leveraging innovation in that particular aspect. So moving to you, Julius, and I think this follows on. It's a nice follow-up question from what William has just said. What are the key partnerships that are needed for us to drive regional and continental industrialization?
So probably I'll build on what my senior colleagues here have mentioned. I want you to imagine how cheap it would be to move raw materials and finished products across Africa if Africa was interconnected by rail. Just draw a picture of how cheap it would be for you to move your heavy cargo from Uganda even to West Africa using rail, or Southern Africa. And sometimes, probably it fits into what Mr. Shaba said, that politics override economics. You tend to imagine what our leadership thinks when they are talking about FCFTA, and such conversations are really not taking lead in terms of how people move and how goods move. Secondly, it's very interesting that Europeans, Americans, and Asians can easily travel visa-free to African countries than Africans traveling to African countries. It's unimaginable. It's very astonishing. Sometimes it even makes me emotional how we think as Africans. They can easily travel, do business, but it takes you, it's a nightmare to get a visa to an African country, and you're an African. Are we scared of each other as Africans? It's really very astonishing. Secondly, just to build on what, again, Mr. Shaba said, why can't we use our lakes and build ports? When you look at the budget, for instance, of Uganda, it's astonishing that even government is proud to say that a bigger percentage on infrastructure this financial year is going to renovating roads. Why are roads being renovated? For instance, if you use the Northern Corridor, that is the Mombasa port, or that stretch in, at least for the part of Uganda, you can't travel 30 kilometers without finding a place that is being renovated. Why? Because much of our cargo is using roads. Yet you have a lake only being eaten up by water hyacinth. Now, we lose 83%, and again I said this yesterday, of our roads lifespan. That is money being lost. 83% of our roads lifespan, because about 90% of our cargo is using roads. On the lake, it's only fish and boats of a few millionaires we have around going to their islands. It's unbelievable. So we need to begin to think of how best we can connect our countries to be able to easily trade. And again, thinking more of economics as opposed to politics. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Julius. And further highlighting that point, I think every one of you has highlighted it about the free movement of people and services across the African continent. I do remember, I think I was watching BBC or something, and I saw Aliko Dangote compare himself, how he struggles to travel across the continent compared to his partner, who is French, who just moves. And like, I'm African, I want to invest, and I can't move, but my partner, who is French, just, basically flies in. So I think that's pertinent. And sometimes we think about regional integration, we think about trade, but trade is done by people, human beings. They have to move. If you think about trade in services, which is 60% of trade actually, it's the human beings that move. It's the accountant that has to move. It's the marketing person who has to go and do that deal. So I think it's critical that maybe as ACFTA, as policymakers, that is eased. Now, moving on to a point, which this question is both for Aggrey and for William, and it's a point that was touched on by Temitope, who mentioned the fact that Uganda is so fertile, and anything that grows, you can eat it without salt or sugar. So moving on to the question of food security. So Aggrey, to you, what is the role of agriculture, food security, in driving growth?
Well, I think if you look at the patterns, just recently, not even very historically, from the Arab Spring and what has happened in Kenya, much of the challenges the governments have faced is because of the price of bread or the price of unga. So why is food very important? Food is a foundation for security of nations. And if you do not have security as a nation, there is no way you can be able to develop or apply any kind of intervention or policies for as long as the people are not able to sustain themselves, because they have to eat 3 times a day. Now, on a regional perspective, and I know we are all aware of the challenges Uganda has had, because by and large, we are more or less a food basket for the region. But we have had challenges with a couple of neighbors on eggs, on maize, on sugar, and all these items. And they end up going all the way to South America to bring things because of a couple of people who are benefiting from imports from that side, but then they end up driving the cost of the livelihood of the wananchi, of the common person, because of the cost drivers of getting those imported into the country. Now, when you look at our region, and if you see Uganda and probably Tanzania, probably the cost of living is the lowest within the area. Why? Because both of these countries produce in excess of what is required by their citizens. And then we have some other countries who are not fortunate enough to have this kind of opportunity. But then they are not allowing the trade amongst the two countries. And for me, this is where the challenge is. One is that you're denying your citizens, and where I'm saying that we should put politics at the back end of the discussions that we have at leadership. Because at the end of the day, it is the economy. And when you look at the stats that doctors just highlighted here, if most of our leaders were to sit in front of a board in private sector, they would be fired. Because the numbers cannot basically add up. Because your top line, your depreciation and everything, when you come down to the bottom line, it will be looking red. And most of them would be fired. So why should we let our countries work in such a manner? So food, agribusiness, and value addition is key, because when you look at the things that, as East Africa as a region is a net importer of almost everything. It is just very recently that, for example, for Uganda and a few other countries, that they are beginning to add value to most of their products, let it be milk, let it be different agricultural products, and they are getting export markets for them. One is that it allows security of the country because the cost of living is very low, but also, two, it then allows you to go into the next stage, which is the industrialization, value addition, creating jobs, and increasing purchasing power of your citizens. Because even if we look at export markets, if we do not increase purchasing power of the people, of the consumers within the country, it means that our businesses are then also going to be very dependent on only the export market. So if on the other side, you have a challenge with tariff barriers, whether non-tariff or whatever it is, then it becomes very difficult to sustain the business at home. Now, when you drive off purchasing power by creating employment, by being able to give good wages to citizens, then you're driving up consumption, you're driving up revenue for the country, but you're also opening up different spending opportunities for other people within the different sectors. Is that he will consume more power, he's probably going to have another child or two, he will be supporting education, healthcare, and all these things. So agriculture, food for the region is fundamental in the growth of the nations, because it provides not just security of the nations, but also it gives the opportunity for people to have access to employment, decent lifestyles, but also the purchasing power of the country. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Agri. Maybe I'll move to William. The same question. What is the role of agriculture and food security in the drive for growth?
Okay, maybe my question, I'll even flip it the other way around. How much growth can we dare to achieve without food security?
None.
How much growth do you think can be achieved without food? I don't think it's possible. I think let's stop sugarcoating this conversation. The global economies that we admire have grown courtesy of food. Canada pride themselves in the wheat. Ukraine, with all the wars and the issues they're having, they still export wheat, and they're staying afloat. Russia still drives the wheat conversation. Brazil is continuing to drive the coffee conversation and the sugar conversation. The United States is very big at consuming their own food. Whether they are trying to play around it, put in some technology, they're generating their own field. So it means it's going to be very fair that we put food at the center of our growth. We're very privileged to have very good rain or very good seasons in farming, I would call it, okay? For the greater part of East Africa, if I would say, save for the semi-arid areas, maybe in northern Kenya. We are not very big, by the way, and then small parts of Tanzania. But if you look at East Africa in general, God has given us a chance to have food. Mention the food, it can be grown. So for me, instead of us thinking agriculture has a role to play, we need to ask ourselves, how do we intend to run away from the fact that agriculture is our primary growth area as East Africa? Let's stop tinkering around with things. I like how guys are trying to do things. We want to manufacture this, you want to be China, you want to be Thailand. Those guys are doing all those things because they're short of something that we have in excess. If we just focus on feeding the world, as East Africa, just focusing on feeding the world, from milk to sugar to salt. Uganda, I don't know how many, the Minerals Conference is coming up. If I could tell you how many sites in Uganda alone that have salt untapped, okay? Uganda grows sugar, and perhaps sometimes the farmers even have the decency of not selling the sugar cane. We have rice growing in every other area. Why are you crumbling over swamps and everything? There's a crop that can grow in that swamp. So I think we need to just be a little organized and understand that the primary catapult of growth for East Africa should be food. Before we think around any other sector, we understand food well. We have all been part of food-growing economies, whether subsistence, whether home area. So I don't want to think that agriculture just has a small part to play. It should be our pivot. It should be our leverage to growth. We have the food. Let's put it out there, okay? And I promise you the numbers speak for themselves. If you look at how much food is needed by Kenya from Uganda, they'll tell you that the day we open those gates wide open, Uganda won't have any maize left, okay? It's only in Uganda where at a single sitting, you'll have close to 30 varieties of food at less than $10. I don't know if my friend from Nigeria has tried it. You'll have a banana, you'll have a vegetable, a starch item, a protein, at less than $10. If we started packaging ourselves right from a food perspective, there's a part of this world that's waiting for that same meal at $100. But have we put food out there? No. We're continuing to gamble on the things we don't understand right. If we could just focus on food industry, get the food, process it, add value to it, put it out there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, William Managre, for emphasizing the importance of food. And indeed, if you want, the adage says, if you want to enslave a person, is deprive them of food or control their food, then you will have them absolutely in your power. So, and we've seen for the first time, I think, where economics destabilized politics in Kenya, where food became an issue. So, but anyway, moving the conversation away from food and agriculture to you, William, there are, of course, several financing gaps, and a lot of the opportunities that we've talked about earlier that are available need financing. So how do you think we could go about getting these finance?
Thank you. I've always challenged the organizers of conferences within Africa. Can you always give finance 90% of the time? Because it's a key conversation. We have major financing gaps. As a finance specialist, I'll tell you, the numbers are very glaring. World Bank tells us that we have a shortfall of 1.3 trillion annually as a gap in Africa. Now, infrastructure alone, our gap is about $100 billion. It means on an annual basis, there's funding required for infrastructure that we can't access annually. Everyone has tried to put in something. The Asian countries have come, the Europeans have come, the African governments have dared, but we're still short. It means we can't move far if we refuse to fund these things. If you want to fund industry, if you want to fund the growth that we've been talking about for these 2 days here, finance should be a very key conversation in whatever we're trying to do. And before I overcry, I want to focus on the solution, because everyone's going to cry about funding. Even the guys who are attending this conference. A, we are short of funding, we are short of funding. There are a couple of solutions that I think we should start intentionally brainstorming on. Number one, the moment we have finance and funding being led by private sector, I envisage that we're going to see growth. If you look at global funding, most of the packages, most of the parcels that were put out have been driven by states, by nations. One of my colleagues mentioned earlier that we have seen European states create bodies and blocks to either buy into private sector enterprises like Airbus or to create organizations like Propaco. The moment we don't have these conversations led by private sector, banks, private sector development funding institutions, there's going to be a problem. So I think that's the first thing we need to focus on. Even World Bank today can confess that they have had a challenge. As long as it's state-led, state priorities are always a little deviant from private sector initiatives. Number two, we need to simplify global climate finance and infrastructure. Guys, we have complicated it. Anything that comes to East Africa, we have thrown in a lot of finance jargon in there. We shall give you money, but we shall not give you money, okay? Because of how you're dealing with your climate, we shall not give you money. Let's be very clear about this. If we don't tailor funding to Africa's climate issues, and tailor, because Africa's climate issues are very different. While the world have messed up their skies with carbon emissions, we still have a very long way to go. In Africa, a tree grows this morning on its own. On its own. Anyone here can confess. So I don't believe carbon emissions are our biggest problem. So when we're financing Africa, we need to be climate specific, that it comes to Africa's climate finance issues, they are tailored for Africa. Then number two, on infrastructure. The infrastructure financing for Africa is totally different from that of the West and the Far East. In Africa, you have a lot of space that is dry, where a lot of infrastructure can go through. You could look at the ECOP. Someone was mentioning ECOP earlier. I don't know why everyone is throwing tantrums about ECOP. I'm wondering why the body language is for shying away from ECOP. But let me tell you the truth. If we're going to fund Africa's growth, again, if the finance was mainly driven by private sector who understand the role of ECOP, especially East Africa as a bloc, the role of the standard gauge railway, it means we are starting to tailor financing for ourselves, isn't it? We're starting to nurture our own financing. When we start financing Africa, when we start talking about carbon credits, I have a friend that was talking about carbon credits. If you were to do a carbon credits audit just for Uganda alone, I don't know how many organizations would qualify. Quite many, by the way. Even as a nation, have we taken an initiative to just do an audit on carbon credits for Uganda, for Kenya? If you look at the forest cover, if you look at the green covers we have. So it means probably we have looked so far for a solution that's so close to us. Number three, we have a very big role to play as multinational, especially multilateral development banks. I've seen them throw small parcels of money to us, very pinched. And I always challenge my friends from AfriExim, Africa Finance Corporation, ADB. If you look at how much money is thrown in Nigeria, my friend from Nigeria, no offense, but these guys have dumped all the money in Nigeria, I can confess. How much of that has been dumped in East Africa? Peanuts. Do you agree? If you look at how much one project, the Dangote project, took out of Africa Finance Corporation, AfriExim, ADB, mention whatever you want to mention, versus how much is required in East Africa. It means they have not been intentional. So it's time for us to challenge them. Now, for all those who have a chance to sit with them in the boardrooms, it's time for us to challenge these guys. They have a role to play in inspiring growth in East Africa. Lastly, let's intentionally increase sector-specific capitalization. Now, if you look at even the commercial banks, we've given brick and mortar. You walk in, you have collateral, we shall give you. It means we're not understanding the sectors that spur our growth. I always challenge people that in agriculture, I dare you to find a client who has collateral of $10 million, just $10 million. What will they give you? Their garden? But now you need the food, and you're saying food should be at the center of your growth, isn't it? But now at the same time you're saying, oh, boss, before I give you the money, bring the land and buildings. So there's a mismatch. So it's time for us to tailor funding to sector-specific initiatives. Tourism itself. How do you want to secure funding for tourism? There's no tourist agent that's going to give you collateral of $10, $15 million. Rarely in this world do people own jets that drive. Most of these assets are leased. So it's time for us, if we in this conference trying to push financing, to start thinking sector-specific. If we have highlighted the sectors that are going to grow us, now let's go to the financial institution and tell them, look here, guys, you need to tailor funding that speaks the language of these sectors. And then lastly, our deal structuring. Guys, whether from a national perspective or private sector perspective, we have done ourselves a very big disservice on how we structure these deals. Generally, I might want to whisper this, as Africans, we love to be greedy. You want to be a 90% shareholder of a zero-sum company. We never want to collaborate. We never want to partner. We never want to step out and say, look here, this guy could have bigger financial muscle. It's time for us to team up. Now, we've seen that in oil. We've seen that in mining. We've seen that in agriculture. A player would rather stay alone and stay where they are than try to go either with vertical or horizontal integration. Now, the earlier we start repackaging ourselves, the easier it will be to attract funding. If, I'll give an example, the nations that were seeking for the standard gauge railway had positioned themselves as one block, the funding would have been easier. Imagine a sovereign bond that is aggregated for East Africa going out to attract funding for the standard gauge railway. Now, here we are. Uganda, we have run to our own funder. Kenya, God help them, they have used their own funder. Rwanda, we don't know what they're planning. TZ, they have done something, we don't know how they've done it. Now, if you look at sovereign risk, even us who are funding, we sit in the boardrooms as ourselves. If these guys don't trust each other, there should be a sovereign risk conversation here, isn't it? Now, for all of us who are in this room, before we talk about your business risks, we talk about sovereign risk. Is there a problem with the nation, within the region, regarding security? Okay? Thereafter, we shall come down to your enterprise. So if we want to spark growth, it's time for us to repackage ourselves, both from a private sector perspective and then a public sector perspective. That's how we shall attract money. That's how we shall become bullish in the boardroom. That's how we shall bring in the billions of dollars to spur our growth.
Thank you for that. And for future conference organizers, I think we need to have a separate panel discussion, maybe at the beginning of the whatever conference we're doing, that purely talks about finance. I'm an accountant as well, so I usually start with money, but most people don't think about it. So, but I think this should have been a much more deeper conversation, because everything we're talking about, it starts with the money. So if you don't have the money, there's nothing to really talk about. So I think that's, thank you for your thoughts on that. My last question is going to go to you, Agre. But it's actually also a segue into this one, because one of the critical points that has been repeated here is that the biggest opportunity we have, or one of the biggest opportunities we have, is infrastructure development, and that will help us to industrialize, trade more with each other. But I wanted you to further elaborate on how the critical role of infrastructure in growth, both for the country, the region, or even the continent in that aspect.
Thank you, Damali. From where I sit, I think the first critical infrastructure to be built by any state or the region is security. And when I speak of that, obviously the conversation we had about food is very important. But every state or every region must be able to plan ahead of its time to project force against external but also internal challenges that may arise. Because if you do not have this kind of fortitude as a state, and this is where sometimes I disagree with a couple of my colleagues, saying that we shouldn't be investing in this army, in buying arms. It is very, very important. It's actually the foundation of any type of development that we shall be speaking about. And I'll give a simple example. So if any of us here in the room is probably somewhere staying in Kololo or whatever the place is, and every couple of days you get thugs coming into your house and stealing a thing or two, I'm very sure there are very many things you will not do around your house. You will not buy a TV. You may probably will be sleeping on the carpet because you know that whatever it is that you do, someone else is going to come and pick it. And this, when you extrapolate it to a state level, it is important for states to be strong. So, for me, I say that as a country, that's Uganda, but also as a region, we must be able to project this force, invest in it, and be secure. Not just for the little proliferation of small arms, but also from external threats. After we have built that security infrastructure, then we can now be able to speak about the other things. And that would be roads, railway, industrialization, whatever it is that you want to build upon to grow your economy. And why am I saying this? Because I have seen countries, and we know globally, that have huge opportunities and advantages, but they can never move the step towards development. Why? Because they're extremely weak. Extremely weak. And even when they sit into these boardrooms to discuss policies, to discuss trade agreements, no one respects them because they know if they are at variance with a certain position, then they will be attacked. So for me, the most fundamental infrastructure for development is to build state defense apparatus to protect yourself. After we have done that, then we can then discuss some of the things that I think can be able to spur development. I think rail is one of the things because it reduces on logistics. Unfortunately, what has happened, especially around the SGR, is that for the region, everyone has negotiated their own deals. And they have built without speaking into the demands and the opportunities that each nation would have. What probably would have been the best way to approach it is that Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, South Sudan could have sat and then agreed on what would be the best framework and the approach we would have, and how can we be able to negotiate as 5 states of this large market of probably about 300 or 400 million people that can be able to give us a transport infrastructure that can move the things that we require and to where. As you know, the SGR for Kenya terminated at Kisumu. We do not have a connection to Uganda. And that also ent into their supposed plans in terms of revenue, because then Uganda goods cannot be able to connect all the way to Mombasa. So every projection they had for moving cargo off the road onto the SGR is not being met. And right now, it's more or less a white elephant. Actually, it's eating into everything else that they had planned for. Same with marine transport. We share the lake as all these 3 countries. But have we sat around and spoken to imagine what more can we do? Kenya has oil tanks on the other side. Uganda has just built a couple of theirs this side. We are moving the East African crude oil pipeline towards Tanzania. Mwanza has huge investments around there on the Tanzanian side. What more can we be able to speak about as a region so that we can harness water and marine transport? Then the other issue is obviously energy security. So if we are talking about development, if we are talking about industrialization, if we are talking about all these major huge infrastructures, there is nothing we can be able to achieve if we do not have energy security. And this, in line with the conversation around sustainability, is that I think Uganda also has a unique advantage in terms of its energy sources. We are largely green, almost 99.9% a green country. We do export to Rwanda, we do export to Tanzania, we're exporting to Kenya, and there is a plan to export to South Sudan, and this is electricity, and obviously the DRC. And I think this is a good step, is that where you have an advantage, then you can leverage on it. Secondly, in terms of, and this is something to do with the infrastructure we're talking about, Uganda has a lot of iron ore deposits in Muko. But then moving them across, because we don't have coal. If we are going to import thermal coal, let me say from Mozambique, how do we then connect the infrastructure that will move it at the most cost-effective and competitive price to come into Muko if we are looking at setting up an iron and steel industry, to be able to reduce the carbon in there to produce steel. Now, these are conversations that as a region we need to have, because then there is no point in building an SGR or a line that is probably not going to support a huge industry like the iron and steel industry. Because as you all are aware, is that if it's not made of steel, it was made by steel. Everything else that we do, if you look at your clothes and everything, somewhere steel is involved. So if you can be able, as an East African region, to be able to leverage what we have to produce the steel that we require, I think it will be able to reduce even on the cost of production that we need. And then finally, for me, one of the other infrastructure issues that most people overlook or don't discuss is human capital. And I believe the East African region, as you all are aware, is that by and large we are a very young country, very energetic, quite knowledgeable, but we have not leveraged this demographic dividend. And the challenge, again, we'll go back to my first submission, is that we need to have a bit of a paradigm shift on how leadership thinks about their countries. We need to go back to a time where meritocracy is the way that people actually get into positions of authority and leadership. The challenge we have right now is that there is a lot of patronage, and patronage then breeds mediocrity, and mediocrity creates the situation we are in right now. So, and there's no substitute for competence. So I think for me is that the other infrastructure we need to build as a region is the human capital, but based on meritocracy, allowing only those who can actually be able to deliver on the jobs and the responsibilities to take the positions they're supposed to take. I submit.
Yes, you may.
I think Agri, and I'd like to thank Agri for bringing it up. I think it's very important that we appreciate mindset change as key infrastructure. I think most of us think infrastructure in the form of roads, rail, air, and whatever you mention, but nothing beats a mindset. If you look at some of the tiniest nations with the craziest GDPs, you wonder if you had thrown a couple of Africans in there, how bad they would be. Qatar is literally a decimal point compared to Uganda. If you look at Thailand, Singapore, the problems that these guys have from a weather perspective alone, you can't imagine if you had thrown Africans in there, I think the country would drown. It's very important that we stop crying. I think we've cried a little too much. At every conference, every symposium, we have a very big monologue of all our problems, isn't it? Can we start working on mindset shift and start saying, as a nation, East Africa, we are supreme in something. Can we identify ourselves for something? But we seem to cry out to the, if you follow the UN General Assembly going on, again, leaders have gone with a whole list of problems to discuss. I think it's very important that we first invest in the most important infrastructure, mindset. That what do we want to do? What do we want to become? But until we define it and know its DNA, the rest is going to be a joke. The rest will be just English words being thrown out.
Thank you, William, for that addition. And maybe when I was listening to Agri, what opened my mind was, when I asked a question about infrastructure, I was thinking roads, ports, aviation, digital systems, and then, it blew my head when he talked about, security. And it is indeed true. If you're not secure, you just can't. Just look at the DRC or South Sudan. It doesn't matter how much resources you do have. If you're not secure, then you actually can't do anything. And then regarding the human capital, that's also critical in terms of innovation, creativity, and with our young population, and also connected to the whole mindset. I don't want to use mindset change anymore because it's been politicized a bit. So we may need to find another word. But I think yes, the human capital development is critical. So gentlemen, we've come to the end, but I would like to give you an opportunity to give me your last thoughts, and then we will close. Starting with you, Julius. You've been very quiet.
Thank you so much. I think I would want to add to the conversation on food security. Most people, I think, tend to think about it differently. To be food secure, it means two things. Number one, as a country, you have food available for your people and cheaply. Now, we've seen nations fall, including the French Revolution, because people are food insecure. Maybe to Agri's point, that could be one of the other infrastructures, I don't know. And I want us guys to take keen interest in what China is doing. What currently China is doing, it's acquiring arable land from America, from Africa largely, and they are massively investing in food production and processing. Now, what is going to happen, and probably I'm glad now with media this is being recorded. What's going to happen is you're going to have a country like Uganda producing and exporting a lot of food, but Ugandans cannot afford to buy that food and are dying of hunger. And it's already happening before our eyes. So we need to be cognizant of how food is being produced, who is producing it, and for what. Currently, Uganda is celebrated to be one of the food baskets of the region. But if you look at food insecurity index, Uganda is one of the most food insecure in the region, in the EAC. So it's something we need to be very careful about. And my senior colleague made a statement about people in the global north being very jittery about the ECOP. Remember, these are the same people who approved the Nord Stream pipeline, flowing oil from Russia to Europe. They are the people, at least under the Trump administration, who approved Keystone XL pipeline, flowing oil from Canada to the middle of the USA. So again, from what I talked about yesterday, we need to think around ourselves as Africa. Not everything that quote-unquote experts tell us is actually what is going to build our economies. We need to begin to think of how do we use what we have to achieve what we want without necessarily looking at the global north as the only solution to our problems. Thank you.
Over to you, Agri. Last thoughts.
Okay. I think for me, there are just two comments from my side. And the first one is that we need to build our security capability as a region, as a state, and that's Uganda, but also as a region, to be able to do the things we want to do. And the second point on my part would be that we need to bring back meritocracy into the conversation. And that is for all leadership. Because everything we are talking about and what all the politicians and everyone speaks about, if we do not get competence where it is supposed to give us the maximum value, then it's all icing and no cake. And this is the challenge that nations and Africans are faced with. And like I said, if you just carried most of our leaders who are leading a nation and brought them into a private sector environment, very few of them would last 2-3 minutes in a boardroom. They would be fired. Now, how do we then allow such people to lead an economy? So it's important that for those who lead us, I'm not a politician, that need to bring back meritocracy and put competence where it is supposed to be, so we can be able to extract the maximum value for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, you.
Okay, my parting short summary. Colleagues, food has been served. The market is there. I mean, Africa has about 1.5 billion people that need to be fed. Think about it. Africa has 1.5 billion people that want to consume what you guys are producing. It has 1.5 billion people, of which about 1.2 billion reside outside East Africa. All of them have and want to have an interest in East Africa. So I think where we know where our money is sitting, it's time for us to go for it. But how do we go for it? Mind shift. Can we start thinking better and more strategically? 2, can we start doing things better? I think we've done a lot of cram work. I see a lot of industrial parks that. I'm not against government programs, but I'm asking myself, what are we addressing here? It's going to be very, very important that whatever we are doing, we are targeting the other money seated somewhere. I lead a boardroom where we are commercial enterprise. So for us, our focus is where is the money seated. And as soon as the nation starts thinking, where is our money seated as a nation? Is it in the people? Is it in the minds? Is it outside the nation? Let's go for it. But how do we go for it? Let's innovate. Let's be aggressive about industry. If our industry is going to be industry, you're implementing an industry today that Thailand set up 50 years ago, you're doing yourself a disservice. We're together. So let's leverage on the goodwill of nature, which we have. By the way, we are strategically located as East Africa. You can't beat that globally. So there's nothing any superpower can do about it. We're here. So can we leverage on the goodwill of where we're seated to capture, especially those that are underprivileged, like West Africa, North Africa, even Europe. I think they're underprivileged. They don't have the rain we have. They don't have the sun. They don't have the soils. They don't have the fruits. They don't have the animals. They don't have the people. So can we try and leverage on our comparative advantage and just go and pick out that money?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, who, all of you, William, Agre, Julius, for contributing to this panel. Your responses have been very succinct and thought-provoking. So thank you for that. Then the people in the audience, I also, I hope you've enjoyed the panel and your thoughts have been enhanced. Thank you. Yes, there is a question for every panel.
Agree.
Ladies, another round of applause for this wonderful panel. As we come to the close of this evening, or this afternoon rather, you see, I know most of you might be hungry, we might be very full on knowledge, but maybe our stomachs are a bit hungry. So before we close off this wonderful event, I would like to invite the founder, the brains behind this phenomenal conference, Regional Industrialization of 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the CEO of Inuma Solutions, Catherine Nuamanya.
I'm tempted to start with God is good. But yesterday, someone who started with that, we ended up with a bit of a situation. But regardless, God is good, and He's good all the time. Yes, and He's still good even with that. As introduced, Catherine Niwamanya Wabomba is my name. I stand here and I'm short of words to say, especially after sitting through these 2 days of insightful conversations, looking back at where we came from, why we had to do this. I'm excited that we actually were able to do it. I'm indebted to so many people. And I think most of you in the audience, and I believe online, we had a couple of engagements, consultative engagements. But I have a special mention for Professor Kwesiga. I know he's not here. I had hoped he would be here so that we can thank him for fine-tuning. When we went to him, as young people, as a team, and I will thank my team maybe later. We went to Professor Kwesiga and we said, Prof, you're leading a lot of industrialization. We have a lot of misconception with the challenges at hand, and we believe we can start to, craft conversations around what we need to do to get where we need to be. Those who know Professor know very well, I think he can tell an idea that will work and will not work. And being my tribe mates, we don't miss words. He will tell you right away if it will work or if it will not work. So we went to him and we said, Professor, we think we should start to hold these conversations, intentional conversations, driving towards sustainability, but then also acknowledging the challenges that we have at hand, but putting our interests forward as Uganda, as a region, and as a continent. So he questioned this, questioned the other, and at the end of the day, he said, you know what, I think it's a good idea, and I think it will work. So we asked him if he would continue to provide leadership on the same. He said, why not? So in a way, we believed we had passed the first test. So the next person we engaged was, because Inuma Solution is a team of young people, and we are trying to say, how do we contribute to our own development? The other person we engaged was the CEO of Private Sector Foundation. We said, he's called Stephen Asimwe, and he's not here, unfortunately. It's sad. He traveled, he's out of the country, and I know he would have been here without a doubt. He traveled, he's out of the country. But we engaged him together with the director for policy. We said, you are the apex body for the private sector. Our economies are private sector led. We have a challenge at hand. We're saying we have climate change. We have activism that is targeting development. But then we are at a point where we need to develop. We are the youngest population. We have our unique challenges. And so we must find solutions. And we can't allow to be bullied. So we need to work with you and your team to try and say, how do we acknowledge the challenge we have, but also put forward our development agenda? So, of course, he's also, I think, a critic, and he can tell you something that will work and that will not work. So we had engagements with him and the team, and he was excited. He said, this is something I think, as the apex body, would be happy to take forward. So with those two partners kind of aligned, we thought then maybe we actually have a chance at a good conversation. We can actually drive these conversations. We can take lead. So we started off, of course, with our preparations, had engagements, including with Damali. Damali gave us a lot of input. She's also, well, I think one thing she didn't say, she's such a perfectionist, in a good way. So we were able to pick some of those from her guidance, and went on refining the idea. So then, of course, the next one was, the next partner we engaged was the Ministry of Water. So we went to the Ministry of Water and said, you are charged with overseeing our climate action, and you have all these grand plans, but they need to be realistic. You need to start engaging with the private sector. We need to see how we can drive meaningful conversations. We are not saying we are not awake to the challenge of climate change, but we have bigger problems. We have security issues with our young people that can't find the jobs because of, we are a developing nation. We are rich, we have the talent, but we are not utilizing. So, of course, we went back and forth on the discussion, but in the end, the Minister of Water said, we believe this is something that needs to be done, and we are excited to work with you, to support you, and make sure that we bring these conversations to light. So, of course, each time we engaged partners, we gained momentum, and it became more and more clear that we needed to have these kinds of conversations. I could go on and on, but I know the time is gone, and well, it's already coming to 3 p.m. You've been here since the morning. So I will spare you all the other details and probably jump to the appreciation, which is what I'm supposed to do. To appreciate you all for taking the time to be with us for these 2 days, and to mention and commit. We are committed to this kind of engagement that we have started. The key partners that we brought on board, we were intentional because we don't just want to hold these conversations. We want to hold meaningful conversations. We want to be able to take whatever we have discussed here as policy recommendations, work with our partners, the private sector foundation. I think, I don't know if Julius or one of the teams at PSFU highlighted, they boast of a very close working relationship with the government. I think one of the key highlights for PSFU has been that government adopted 85% of the recommendations that were submitted for policy and budgeting purposes. So we believe we have solid partners that are committed to this sustainability, that are committed to development. And so we will commit ourselves. We pledge to keep driving this kind of conversation. We pledge to share the key learnings from here. We are going to compile a report, and we are going to engage. And of course, we call upon you to join us on this journey that we have just started. We took a decision to deliver this as a launch of an annual engagement. We were intentional on keeping it this and taking it, of course, digital. We signed up partnerships with the NBS and really appreciate them for seeing the vision probably bigger than we actually saw, because in our discussions, it became apparent we need to take these kinds of conversations beyond, the conference, the four conference walls. We need to put them out there. And so we thank our strategic partner, NBS, for coming on board. So with that said, the partners that have worked with us, the partners that have made it possible for us to be able to hold this kind of conversation, starting with, of course, with the professor whom I mentioned, the CEO of PSFU who's not here, the director in a special way of policy at PSFU. I've given that man sleepless nights in planning for this, and I don't take it for granted, Julius, that you were able to put this kind of conversation at the forefront in your work, because in any case, it's policy kind of engagements that we have. We have a special team from Saladin Media. They were here earlier, Eunice, and, well, their team leader is also out of the country, unfortunately, but they have played a key role in how we shape this kind of conversation, and they made their commitments on what they do as an agency in influencing the market and in advertising. And so they have a special place in our hearts as we organize this. They were able to help us craft out and curate this kind of engagement and how it can go. So Saladin team, led by Romel in absentia, we thank you very much for your commitment. The Bank of Uganda reached out to us and said, we will support your efforts. And we are grateful for that. The Ministry of Finance, the Uganda Investment Authority, the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, who I'm closely associated with, and in a very, very special way, Agra Uganda. We had the country director here, yesterday, but Agra Uganda was able to provide, if you've had a good meal, if you've had something to eat and refresh yourself with, that was because of Agra, and we are grateful for that. Unfortunately, David is not here, but yes, he was able to help us to put this together and make sure that as you're here, you're well catered for. And then, of course, for my team that I work with at Inuma Solutions, Diana, Vian, Andrew, I'm grateful. Joseph, Derek, thank you very much for sparing this time and for helping us to contribute, just put a brick to what we call our commitment in our business to sustainability. We believe the future is sustainable and the future is now. So we invite you for the next one. We have just launched. We will continue these kinds of engagements. And we invite you to join us along the way to deliver a future that we want, a future that is in favor for our children and our children's children. Thank you very much. Oh. And of course, as we close, our key partner, like I mentioned, the Private Sector Foundation, is the CEO, represented by our previous moderator, Ms. Damali Sali, who is the Chief Programs and Projects Officer, will give us the key learnings and as we prepare for RIC 2025. So Damali, as we close, you have the honor. And the MC, I apologize once again, the MC is whispering that we made a commitment. Professor was here yesterday, Professor Charles Kwesiga was here, and he put a call to all of us to visit the state-of-the-art facility at Namave that he heads. And he wanted to come here specifically to invite you once again, but he's held up. And he has sent a message to say we will organize with him and we'll let you know. Now, those who are interested to visit what the kind of work they're doing, you are welcome. And we will be in touch with you to make sure that we organize that and see that it happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm wearing now a different hat. And I'm going to give you the closing remarks. So all protocol is observed, and I truly thank you for attending the Regional Industrialization Conference 2024 with the tagline, Climate Smart Solutions for Sustainable Industries. Regional industrialization within the East African community is a key driver to economic growth, competitiveness, trade integration, among others. By pooling resources and creating a unified market, the ESC countries can leverage regional cooperation to increase industrial productivity, reduce trade barriers, and expand their global reach. This collaborative industrialization approach facilitates shared technological advances, better infrastructure, and improved market access across the entire ESC region. However, despite the progress made, several challenges continue to impede the full realization of ESC's industrialization potential. These include persistent trade barriers, non-tariff barriers, divergent regulatory frameworks, and disparities in industrial capacity. These obstacles limit the ability of businesses to compete regionally and internationally, while also constraining investment flows into key industries. So discussions over the last 2 days emphasize the existence of non-tariff barriers as a major concern for the business community as they frustrate intra-ESC trade and investment. These non-tariff barriers are unnecessary as they increase the transaction costs and curtail the movement of goods and people, thereby contributing to the low intra-ESC and cross-border investment. So I am happy to note that at this regional conference today, or over the last 2 days, several recommendations have been made, and I'm going to give you a brief summary of them. I think we picked up six major ones. The first one is that there is a need to expedite the finalization of the amendment of the ESC Elimination Non-Tariff Barriers Act and its regulations, and to bring it into force. To do this, partner states, the ESC partner states, should establish a clear roadmap with timelines to eliminate outstanding NTBs. Second recommendation is that there is a need to accelerate the harmonization of product standards. The ESC has harmonized about 1,500 product standards. However, even these, the adoption rates are very low at national levels. So this has led to costly and time-consuming processes such as retesting and denial to access to markets. Therefore, the finalization and implementation of the Standardization, Accreditation, and Conformity Assessment Bill and the Metrology Bill will shorten the time of development of harmonized ESC standards and development of regional technical regulations framework. Third recommendation is that partner states should start with the implementation of sanitary and phytosanitary protocol while the process of development of the ESC SPSS Act and standards is ongoing. The fourth major recommendation is that there is a need to harmonize the domestic tax regime. Though harmonization of domestic taxes is highlighted in the ESC Treaty and all stages of the ESC integration, domestic taxes have remained unharmonized across the ESC. These disparities in domestic tax regimes pose a major hindrance to the integration process with a negative impact on intra-ESC trade and investment. It hampers the optimal allocation of resources, free movement of goods and services, free movement of capital, as well as the freedoms on rights of establishment and residence. Furthermore, all ESC partner states should expedite the ratification of the ESC agreement for avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income to enable the agreement to come into force. Fifth major recommendation is the free movement of services, professional services, so to speak. And this is to ensure that the ESC is competitive, especially in the areas of banking, insurance, accountancy, transport, and logistics. To enhance competition and quality of services, most of the professionals, that is accountants, engineers, veterinary doctors, negotiated and signed mutual recognition agreements among themselves in the ESC. However, these are still not enforced, and professionals continue to incur high work permit costs and regulatory barriers limiting the free movement of services. So it is critical that the ESC partner states should adopt the operations and operationalize the enforcement mechanisms of the signed mutual recognition agreements. The sixth, this is the last one, is that, and this I think was made in the panel that talked about the circular economy this morning, is that the private sector should self-regulate, possibly from a sector-based angle, on ESG compliance to meet their obligations and therefore improve their triple bottom line of people, planet, and profits. Because it is a fact that ESG compliant companies outperform their competitors. So the private sector should come up with a private sector self-regulatory framework categorized by sector with clear measurement indicators that should also include non-monetary indicators. So in conclusion, that was the last recommendation. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for being part of this year's Regional Industrialization Conference. As a region, we have made commitments to champion a conversation on sustainable production and manufacturing. As part of that, several policy proposals have been made, some of which I've mentioned earlier during this conference. These proposals will continue to be part of PSFU's policy and advocacy agenda. Hopefully, next year, when we meet here again, we shall give you accountability on the same. And I am particularly interested in the recommendation for the private sector to not wait for regulators, but rather to lead themselves and develop a self-regulatory and compliance framework on ESGs, as this enables the private sector to meet its obligations while positively impacting its triple bottom line. So I wish you all the best as you travel back to your countries. And for those of you who are Ugandans, I hope to see you soon and in 2025 when we have this other conference. Thank you so much for listening to me.